Okay, let's test some speed farming. Oh dear, this is gonna be a mess. This is gonna be a mess.
Come back if you need the forge.
Oh my god, I literally just destroyed my Paingorgers.
How can I
Oh, this game is so shitty. Did I just destroy my Paingorgers? I think I did. Ah. God damn it. Not like it matters because I only paid like 2 billion for it. But yeah. So I basically destroyed it. Wow. Why that thing wasn't favorited? Oh, I hate this game. It's so bad. Alright, so let's buy new ones. Whatever. It's not like these cost anything, right? No. I feel so stupid. So what do these have? Basic skills. I want these 3 GAs. Ah, come on, Whatever. 5 billion. I hate these salvage all buttons that they can't deal with it. I literally bought these for like, I think I bought it for like 2 billion or something like that. And now I have to go through this stuff again and just buy a new one. $3 billion. Five. 3. 5. 5. You know, these are like literally worth nothing. It's just so hard to find someone who actually sells them. I had the same issue last time. Like, I literally messaged like 1,000 people. Just get like a stupid pair of these gloves. Oh, this time it's faster. Very nice. Not much. I just destroyed my gloves and I have to buy new ones. But yeah, so I'm getting new ones. Oh god. Right. So while we're waiting for this guy to finish his Corner Hordes or whatever. We can already update the shard.
I can fix it.
So I really just want attack speed. Just want to try to make the fastest build possible. So really the only thing I care about is basic skill attack speed. So we basically double the attack speed on this. Which might take a while, but I have enough resources by now, hopefully. I mean, I'm not the luckiest person on earth, so this might just not work out at all. Because this system is just the biggest garbage ever invented in any game. I don't get why they keep defending this system, because literally nobody likes this system. Nobody likes it. I mean, like, statistically, I should have already, like, 10 times succeeded here. But yeah, what are you gonna do, right? So, okay. 2.5. Who was it? No, this is not Eternal Realm. But there's absolutely no difference between Eternal and non-Eternal, so... Alright, so let's go on with the funny trading. Do we have to relog because my latency is dead after this trade? Okay, let's try this again. Can't be so difficult, right? I just want to have double attack speed on a freaking unique item. Really can't be so hard to do. Wait. Probably gonna run out of... I mean, I have 60k iron chunks. Probably gonna run out before I even hit it once. This was the 7th or 8th time I hit it in the tier 1. I not hit it in tier 2. God damn it, finally. Okay. But then you know what? Straight triple it. Good enough for me. So... what do we want out of the other one? We probably want attack speed, because I don't think I need the cooldown at all. I think I'm already pretty close to 75%. Oh, I'm already at 75%. Okay, so I just want attack speed on that one as well, I guess. So let's do this. Nice, first try. Not the second try. I really have no clue if this will do enough damage to even do something. But we're gonna find out very soon. This build has been pretty good in the past. Just give me my attack speed, please. Thanks. That was better. I mean, I don't need the cooldown at all, but... So, okay, so now we have... our attack speed. Wait, so how much do we have now? So we have... 66. That's 80 with Elixir. That's 100 with Enlightenment. So that's solid, right? So we have... pretty good, I think. Okay. So, runes. I think it doesn't matter at all. I don't care. I mean, you could probably get even more evade cooldown reduction on the amulet, but I don't think it matters at this point. So let's just give it a try now. So I need to do my skill tree. So I need Lash. Just refund all for now. So we need Lash with the damage one. Then we need... We max out Chain Lightning still, because we're gonna get quite a few of those. We max out Teleport into Damage Teleport. Glass Cannon. This one here. This one here. This one here. This one. This and this. Then we want to have Devouring Blaze. Or Frost. This stuff here. This stuff here. We probably don't even need any points in Unstable Currents. Right, so what are we gonna do with the leftover points here? I don't even know where to put them, honestly. Probably you want to put them into Shocking Impact, honestly. This is probably the best skill for like a speed farming build. Just go for Shocking Impact. This does like a decent amount of damage, actually. Yeah, whatever. So that should be good enough. So let's put Lash. So we have Lash, we have Unstable Currents. We shouldn't be needing anything else, honestly. And I have already put my Enchantment Master up. And I don't know if we actually need Ice Blade's enchantment. Not sure. Let's test this. So let's get this elixir going. The gem. I mean, we could actually update the Flickersteps just for... No, not that it matters at all, but let's do it anyway. Because then I can just move faster in town, I guess. Alright, so... And I can change the... I think I don't need the resource on Lucky Hit here, but we will see. So we can change this into crit. Crit. And then we need one gem. Then we're done. So this is going to be ridiculously fast. So unless I'm just not seeing something important here. Non-channeled core skill, I have to change that one. Into probably the one which... what is it? Moving or something like that? Cast Evade. Does that work actually? Let's see if that actually works. So let's do Cast Evade and Vex. Honestly not sure if it works. Want to test. Because I'm gonna cast Evade all the time, so if Cast Evade with 75 resource gain works, then I can actually use it to do my Vex, because Vex is gonna give me 4 extra rank, or 3 extra ranks in Teleport, which is gonna make me even faster, technically. So let's see. So... yeah, I guess it works. Nice. So... if we put on this Lash here and Unstable Currents, you can see we can jump pretty fast here, right? So we have Perma Vex, basically. And, you know, as soon as I cast some Conjurations, I also have infinite mana. So this is fairly fast, I guess. This is pretty much as fast as my latency allows me to play. But the attack speed is pretty slow, actually. I was like, hoping it was would be much faster. I mean, it's like 4 attacks a second, actually. But I think there can definitely, you could definitely tweak this by just getting a little bit more basic skill attack speed. But honestly, you probably rather want to have the damage at this point. But yeah, so this works. And then we could get crit with not moving or whatever that thing was called. The next basic skill spends all of your primary resource to deal up to 100% increased damage. That's so horribly bad. Or the crit one is actually... I need... God damn it, which one do I need? Do I not have it? What was it? Still, right? Stand still or something like that. There it is. This. Alright, let's try a random nightmare dungeon. And see how fast this is gonna be. Yeah, but the Spiritborn is not casting teleport evade, so it's a sometimes, you know, casting evade, if you cast teleport instead, it didn't work. So yeah, so basically it's fast, but it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Well, I guess it's alright for nightmare dungeons, right? But I don't know, I think it's too weak. But maybe I'm just not casting enough lightning spears. I think I just need to cast more lightning spears for it to be good enough. But the damage is definitely pretty whack, I have to say. I was really expecting more of the Paingorgers. Maybe it doesn't work anymore? I don't even see these guys being like marked on their heads with the Paingorgers, honestly. They used to have like this circle on top of their head. Doesn't look like it... Is it not working? Oh no, that one had it. I mean, it's decently fast. But... I don't know, damage is low. Let's see how it deals with the boss. Maybe we have to switch this for like two-hand. Let's try Undercity. See how much we need there. Yeah, Lightning Spear is just way too strong, honestly. I'm just wondering if I don't have Destruction, but I should have Destruction, right? Yeah. But the damage of the Arclash is like so freaking low. I really expected much more. Do you have any random tribute here? Money. Let's go for... No, we do, what is it called? Boss one. Patents. Let's see. Let's see how much damage you need in Undercity. Okay. Looks like you don't need any. I don't know, it's pretty whack, honestly. Thing is, it's fast, but it's not doing enough damage. Also, I feel like I'm not getting chain lightnings enough. I mean, they are there, but no, barely. So I felt like the variant with the chain lightning was just better. By just focusing more on the lightning spear damage, even though you have a great basic skill attack speed with playing this, it doesn't really seem to be such a benefit. I mean, I could try to get rid of Flickersteps for the Rakanos boots. I mean, they don't even do anything. I could do the regular boots because I already have a maximum cooldown reduction at this point. I don't know. I think it's just taking too much damage away from the other skills. Even though it is extremely fast with the Arc Lash, the teleporting is much faster. I think it's not worth it. And you could still play. You could still play it with Ball Lightning, for example. Yeah, that damage is like horrible. Let's just try this differently. First of all, we can try if we can get regular boots. So if we get regular boots, like for example these ones here, see if we're still fast. Okay, so I guess we're still at the same speed. So I guess you don't need Flickersteps. If you have Arc Lash, it's fast enough. I think at this point you cannot really move any faster anymore. Maybe I'm just not doing damage because I'm not playing Raymond and my Arclish is actually not hitting stuff. I think as long, like, if Arclish is actually hitting stuff, I think it actually does damage. The problem is it never hits stuff. But you know, Conjuration count is at 18, which is okay, but not as high as expected, honestly. I think it's still better to just play this without Arclish, even though it's kind of cool. Just not doing the damage. All the damage comes from Lightning Spear anyway. I really was just choosing Arclish to see if it would be good, like with the... You know, Arclish has a pretty good synergy, actually, with, you know, damaging stuff, but it seems like, you know, in this build, you just really... The only thing you care about is basically Lightning Spear damage. But I mean, it's very fast. Just stuff doesn't die fast enough. I wonder if you, you know, switch the unstable currents aspect to the one where it actually casts a different skill. Like 40% chance or 45% chance to do an additional skill. But let's see. It's not sad at all. Just ignore Spiritborn and you're gonna have a good time. Not everybody can drive a Ferrari. It's like real life. Compared to like that one, every car is gonna be underwhelming.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Okay. So I will probably... First of all, I'm gonna try to just get rid of the Paingorgers. Because I'm really not getting any benefit of those. So we're just gonna change it to the regular gloves. Where are they? This one's here. So let's do this, and we want Storm Swell actually on those. Okay. So we should now not be at max cooldown anymore. Well, 73.6 I guess is still max cooldown if you, like, technically. So let's see. After that I'm gonna try without the shard. Oh, I feel slow for whatever reason. I think you need more evade cooldown reduction. And I don't want to remaster with my amulet. So now I have a very slight delay in between my teleports. So I would have to switch back to Flickerstep most likely. Let's just see, I have it on me, right? Let's switch to Flickerstep. Yeah, so now the delay is gone. Excellent. But I wonder if the amount of lightning spears... I mean, this feels alright already. But it's not... The damage is still too low. I think this is probably like somewhere around pit tier 70. Maybe I should just benchmark this against pit tiers. Because we want to find somewhere around pit tier 75 to 80. If we can do pit tiers... I guess 75 is good for this a speed build. Like this, if you're not Spiritborn. So let's just try... Let's just bench this at 75. Okay, so without pulling, obviously, this is not really beneficial, but you know, 75 it just destroys. Even without pulling, it doesn't seem to be mattering at all. But yeah, you won't want to play this with Raymond if you would be pit farming, right? Because these would just instantly die, basically, if they are stacked. I want to check this with Raymond after this. How it goes in the pit. Because Raymond damage shouldn't be like so different to the Shroud of Fort Stairs actually. There shouldn't be like a huge difference in damage output. Even though I don't have a good Raymond, but I'm too lazy to buy one right now. Oh, I don't need to use shrines here. So yo, if I had Raymond, like these packs would instantly die basically. But let's see how it does against the 75 boss. Alright. But I think the shard is just not needed for this build. Reach. I think you just would want to go for a regular weapon, and so let's just test this. First, let's go for Raymond, because if we want to speed this, putting on Raymond, just you will lose a little bit of teleport cooldown, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. So let's... I'm just going like to 80 now. But to be honest, Arclish does 0 damage. And that's very disappointing. I was really hoping it would do like a little bit damage by itself. Oh yeah. So that's definitely too low for like a tier 80 in damage output. But for speed farming Nightmare Dungeons and Undercity, this would be totally alright. But the benefit of Arclish is just not there. Not really gaining anything of using Arclish in this scenario. It's just much better to just use Ball Lightning. So Raymond is definitely not slowing down the teleport at all at this stage. That's a good thing. You're not gonna get any slower by just the extra 20% cooldown of it. Doesn't matter. But yeah, that boss is gonna take forever. So even though it's fast, like for a Nightmare Dungeon, this would probably be... Ah, come on. I mean, this is squishy though, but, you know, it doesn't matter. I don't need to kill this boss. For Pit 80, it's not good enough. But for Nightmare Dungeon, it will be extremely fast, actually. And Nightmare Dungeon is kind of new farming method. Like, unless you want to, like, level your glyphs, Nightmare Dungeons is, like, new meta. Just gotta realize that Nightmare Dungeon gives you, like, the best rewards. But... let's see. This and this. I mean, for Nightmare Dungeon, this is pretty perfect. I mean, I think if I would switch to Ball Lightning, I would deal a little bit more damage on the Lightning Spear end. But I would lose quite a bit of teleport speed. No! Oh god. The Conduit Shrine. Die, Goblin, die. I mean, you could probably also go for Ball Lightning and instead of... you could play Accelerating Aspect. But yeah, it seems like there's no benefit in Arclash, unfortunately. So let's just ditch the Arclash for now. And let's just get a real weapon. Which one do we want? Or Lightning to cast twice. Probably doesn't even matter. But let's just use this one for now. And now we have... I'm probably gonna get an Accelerating on the gloves now. Now we're gonna change this from Arclash to Ball Lightning, for example. I think Ball Lightning will probably be the best because it's fastest. Don't even know if you need like this mana regeneration at all. I think it's like useless. But now you could just use Ball Lightning instead. And let's see how the mana goes with this. I don't even know any of these dungeons, honestly. You could also use non-channel core skill. But, you know, we might be slower now. A little bit. See? Actually not. It's like a tiny bit slower than with Arclash. But it's still absolutely fine this way. The mana is like a little bit low. So you kind of need to get your conjuration count high enough. But honestly, even if you run out of mana for like a second, it's really not gonna slow you down significantly. What's gonna slow you down significantly is dying in the poison explosions. I think I don't have resistances or anything. Oh god, what is this dungeon? But this is pretty much, you know, as fast as it gets. I still think extra unstable currents casts would be good in this scenario. Because in a perfect world, I would like to not cast lightning spears. Because it's... You know, in the end, it's an extra button I have to press. And if I could get away without actually casting lightning spears, that would be pretty cool. Even like rubber banding back and forth because my latency is too high. If you have good latency this plays much better. For me, it's already a little bit too fast. So let's try without actually casting lightning spears. Let's see how many we get. 16, 14. Definitely not enough. I always wonder if this teleport, it does not trigger it does trigger, right? Wait. Oh, it does trigger, okay. So the evade teleport definitely triggers unstable currents. That's good. Good to know. Yeah, there's a lightning spear. There's like charge bolts. I only need one skill on numpad, because you can only cast one skill. You cannot auto cast multiple skills at once. It doesn't work. Basically, you can only hold one key. You can never hold two keys at the same time. I mean, you can do it, but it's only going to capture the input of one of the two. Wait, did I just finish this and not get my Whisper Cache? Yeah, it's on the ground. Wow. But it is pretty cool, actually. So my goal here is I want to create a build where I don't need to press any buttons, right? That is my goal. I mean, I have to press teleport, but I don't want to press any other buttons than teleport. And if that means that I'm doing a little bit less damage, that is okay. But the goal really is to have a relaxed farming build. Because, you know, at this stage, the game right now, you know, nobody cares about maxing out your damage anymore. It's really irrelevant for me. I just want to know, you know, to have a relaxed build for farming. And, well, AFK, I mean, you need to move, right? So,
How can I help?
but yeah, so what I could do is I could now use Overwhelming Currents instead of... I probably don't even need the attack speed on this one here. So let's try with Overwhelming Currents. I have a good one of these though. And I also need like a new Rasha ring. Because new Starless guys, I forgot about that totally. And we can actually do this now because I have one with greater attack speed. So let's get one with more attack speed because I don't really need the crit. Because my attack speed is a little bit too low right now. Because I'm not running the 10% attack speed merc, right? Because if you want to do like a farming build like this, basically what I'm doing is I want to see the mobs on the map, and that's why I cannot get the 10% attack speed merc. Oh, nice. That was fast. Look at that. Triple crit attack speed. Let's go. Okay. So, how are my defenses? I probably don't have enough resistance, right? That's what that's why I was dying, because I'm running Flickerstep. So I'm completely overcapped on armor because I'm running Shako. So we can fix that as well. So let's just craft some diamonds. I can probably craft 2 diamonds here. And let's get this one. I mean, I'm not running incense right now, right? Like, technically, I would have to run incense as well. So this is still enough armor. And now I have 49%. So, really a good way to get resistance is you could get another chest, another pants. But I like using these pants. Like, I really like using these. I hate, like, T-balls. This is my favorite pair of pants. I will not switch this off for any build. It has great synergy. And, I mean, I could just get some more resistances from Paragon, obviously, because I'm basically not choosing resistance nodes. Which is, you know, Not a big deal, actually. Because, you know, these little damage reduction nodes at this stage of the game, they don't really matter at all, so you might just switch all these 2 resistances here. I think that was all resistances I could get here. No, there's some in the... Get. So now we are at 58, and after we cast some spells, we're gonna be at max resistance. So it's important that you basically survive the poison explosion there, right? So this looks pretty decent without incense. I mean, I could obviously use incense, right? It's, resources are literally unlimited. But now I want to see if I can really get away without casting at all. Yeah, but you know, the thing is with Infernal Hordes is not a good thing to run. Not efficient. And I hate Infernal Hordes, it's freaking boring. I'm having the time of my life doing freaking Nightmare Dungeons. This is like so refreshing, this content. It's just so much better than playing Infernal Hordes. I really don't want to do it. And you get so much more Opticide with Nightmare Dungeons. You get probably almost double the amount than from Infernal Hordes. So... I wish I could see my conjuration somewhere, but, you know, it's out of the buff bar. So right now I'm not casting Lightning Spear, basically, actively. What I'm doing is I'm casting Ice Blades, and I also probably don't have to do this. So as you can see, I'm at 18 conjurations, so I'm at max conjurations, basically. And I'm not casting anything right now except for evade. So that is actually pretty cool. I mean, I have Ice Blades enchant, which basically does nothing in this setup. So you could get something else there. But I mean that for Nightmare Dungeon it works. So basically I only have to press one key. And that's actually great. Like I as you can see, I literally don't press anything but evade. And I get through the dungeon just fine. I mean, I have to press Unstable Currents, obviously. That's annoying, actually. But if you want to farm Nightmare Dungeons, like, this is as relaxed as it gets, basically. I mean, the only problem I can see is you're not having Barrier. Because if you don't cast anything, you're not getting Barrier. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Yeah. So I guess you have to cast Ice Armor as well. But that's okay. That's right mouse, right? So I press one key and right mouse button. I guess that's alright. But the problem is I kind of run out of mana a little bit. Wait, what? If you open a Nightmare Dungeon during Helltide and teleport to waypoint that's in the Helltide? What? Teleport from where? You teleport from the Nightmare Dungeon to Helltide? Or you just generally activate a Nightmare Dungeon and go to Helltide? Does the Nightmare Dungeon have to be in the Helltide? I haven't seen that. Okay. So wait, so you're saying I'm activating a random Nightmare Dungeon? Like this one here? And then I just go to Helltide and it's gonna drop Opticide? That's actually cool. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see. Haven't seen one so far. There's probably more conditions on that, right? I mean, mine don't drop anything. Maybe you need to enter the Nightmare Dungeon first. Yeah, that's the two things I would imagine. But I would imagine maybe you have to enter the Nightmare Dungeon first, and then from the Nightmare Dungeon you have to teleport to the Helltide. So wait, now I'm in, and now I'm going to Helltide from the dungeon? Or did you leave the Nightmare Dungeon and you were in Helltide, maybe? Because I would assume, like, once you're in town, it kind of resets. Yeah, these don't drop off the side, so... Maybe the Nightmare Dungeon has to be in the Helltide. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like... Because you said it doesn't matter where the Nightmare Dungeon is, but this clearly doesn't drop anything, so... What's happening here? How is there so many mobs? Did they buff Helltide secretly? Let's see if I have one inside the Helltide. So we have the mine and the sunken ruins. So let's search for... So this one is... No, this is not the one. Then we have sunken ruins. That one is in the Helltide. So I do the Nightmare Dungeon, which is in the Helltide, right? And then I leave it.
Be ready.
Let's just leave it. Ouch. Okay, I wasn't fast enough to put my auto casting on while like these 15 mobs were exploding on me. Alright, let's see. So these don't drop off your side. Maybe you are not supposed to enter the dungeon? Or maybe that shit just doesn't work at all. No clue, I've never seen it. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm opening a new one and I do not enter. So you're saying... What was that called? Something sunken ruins, right? Wait, was it? Howling Warren. Sunken Ruins. Warren. You have Sunken Ruins. Carly Bell's Mine. That's also there, right? So let's do that. So you're saying you did not enter the dungeon. So where did you activate it? Did you enter the Helltide first and then you activated it? Or did you activate it and then enter the Helltide? So let's just go into the Helltide and activate it there. You were in town. Do you were in the Helltide town or in the non-Helltide town? So let's try it from the non-Helltide town first. No, I think if it could work, then you would probably have to be in the Helltide town while activating it. Right, let's... Alright, so now we have the Nightmare Dungeon in the Helltide. We are in town. Doesn't look like it's working for me. Definitely not working for me. What are people doing to get gold this season? So really, raw gold is nothing you want to do. Like, the only effective way to do gold right now is Nightmare Dungeons and Whisper Caches, probably. But honestly, it's more like you want to trade. If you want to get gold, you basically want to trade. That's the story. Without trading, I mean, you can make gold without trading, but, you know, you're just gonna make very, very little. So wait, let's try tier 80 with this again. I think this is good. Of course, you could also switch this to 200 stuff with, you know, full focus on Lightning Spear. You will definitely do a little bit more damage. But I think you're going to be not significantly slower, but you're going to be slower. What? So the lightning spears are just so goddamn slow in killing stuff. It just takes forever until they decide to actually damage a mob. I mean, it's alright, but... Yeah, trading is... so, I mean, trading is... if you want to make gold, trading is like a magnitude of 100 times more than you can farm in raw gold. And, you know, it really doesn't take long to just sell some boss farming materials. So, I mean, if you if you really want to, you know, go for raw gold farms and, you know, make the gold that way, you know, you can absolutely do so if that's, you know, something which you like, which is, you know, fun for you. But if you want to make the same amount of gold in 10% of the time, you might just do trading and, you know, farm boss materials and trade it. So I hate Lightning Spear in this scenario because it just is so slow killing stuff. Right, so you have to wait forever until the Lightning Spear actually hits these packs. That's why I don't really like builds like this for pits. Because Lightning Spear has been nerfed down, like, significantly. So even if I would double the Lightning Spear damage, I would be faster. But this is not the greatest build for pit. So I feel like I have so little lightning spears. I mean, it says I have 19 conjurations, but like, no way. That's like 6 lightning spears floating around. I wonder if it's bugged with the overwhelming current somehow, that they just don't come out. Do I actually have something I can upgrade here? Probably not, right? I mean, control. Nobody's using control. Yeah, it is kind of the way to go. Like, you're not gonna really... Because even though, like, if you need just the gold in-game, right, for, like, masterworking or whatever, you know, just for, like, a good masterworking sessions, you probably need to do, like, 2 or 3 hours of raw gold farming. But if you really want to buy items with your gold, the economy is so broken right now that you cannot even do it with in-game methods at all. But yeah, I'm, for pit, I think it's not really the best thing, this build. Because you're just not going to have enough single target damage. And if you would switch the ball lightning for chain lightning, I think you will go to... It will be too slow. Through Undercity. I don't have a link yet because I started this with Lash and Lash didn't really work, but it's fairly simple. It's basically just, you know, ball lightning and flicker steps and lightning spear damage. But I really want to see how I can get the most damage, because I want to check to switch this to a twin weapon and see if it's significantly better. I think it's going to be different, though, for different types of content. Because, for example, Undercity and Nightmare Dungeons don't require high amounts of damage, right? So it's more about speed. So Wand and Focus with more attack speed is going to be better in these contents. But Hit from a certain level just requires, like this one, for example, right? This doesn't require any damage whatsoever, right? I can speed through this like an absolute crazy man. Without, you know, ever having to worry about not having enough damage. Wait, I didn't pick this up. But, you know, I don't really like Undercity. See, it is really just pure speed. And, I'm just not pressing enough lightning spears here, so I really kind of, you know, lack the damage. But... You know, I don't really feel like this... I mean, this content is absolute best if you want to farm boss materials by very, very far. But, you know, this is not really the kind of farming I like in a game. Because, you know, I feel like it's very fast for no reason. Because, you know, if I want to farm something, I don't want to be so extremely fast. I don't know, I like it most like in the mapping system of Path of Exile. You know, it's like relatively fast. But, not like this, right? You basically don't even see what's happening. It's so fast. You just spam your spell and you just go to the end. It's kind of, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of stupid. But in this, you're just relying like so much on lightning spear damage. I want to try to switch this back to chain lightning, because I feel like the lightning spear damage is great, but it can only hit one target every 0.25 seconds. So if mobs are spread out, lightning spear is not a very good skill to do your damage with. And if you want to do the fastest speed farming build, it's not going to be the best. Yeah, old headhunter. That's true though. But you know, that item would be like, yeah, you're not knowing what's happening on purpose, right? That was the whole reason for the item. So you cannot know what's happening because you literally have like every single freaking boss effect. Just close Diablo to trade. I'm getting messaged all the time, which is annoying. Right. Wait, what was I gonna try? I wanted to try 2 and a weapon. See if I really feel it to be any better. I mean, I don't have the perfect one, but you know, I can just use a random one, I think. I just need a random 2 and a weapon with crit damage, I guess. Critical strike damage. Let's this one. I don't have another one. No, nobody cares about the greater affix on it, honestly. So let's get some crit damage on it. Shock finesse would probably be even better. Just critical strike, shock critical strike chance. Probably better. So yeah, we want worldly finesse. Good enough. And then for weapon... Wait, let me just first try to switch this back to... Chain lightning. I think you don't even need... So you could do chain lightning with mana. And then just get this one here. It will help a little bit. But I just want to check if it's fast enough. Because this is gonna so this is gonna drain more mana, significantly more mana, and it's significantly more slow. But the chain lightning itself does decent amounts of damage. Actually, it's not that much of... Like, it's actually not much slower, I have to say, than the ball lightning one. It's a little bit slower, though. And I run out of mana a little bit. That's something which can be fixed. I want to try this against Pit 80 again and see if I see like any significant difference in damage. mean, with this, if you get the lucky hit mana back, I think that will help. The good thing about this is really that the chain lightnings are killing stuff and the ball lightnings really don't, right? So the chain lightnings are traveling and actually killing mobs. So what it happens is they basically assist your lightning spears. Because your lightning spears need to basically focus less targets. And that's why this feels a little bit better. And it also, like, it clears better. Like, more mobs die. You have less mobs which are actually staying alive. And I feel like the attack speed is not that bad, actually. It seems like you don't really need the top end attack speed there. Just have to fix the resource though. No, I'm just right now I'm playing like a speed farming build, which I'm like kind of, I want to develop a speed farming build because I figured nightmare dungeons are by far the best way to farm Optosite, and you know, given the fact probably at this point the most problematic resource for players to farm is actually Optosite. Because there's no real crazy method of obtaining it. Right? Hordes is going to be significantly slower than Nightmare Dungeons. Especially right now. The Goblin event gives you like a lot of bonus drops. And honestly I have to say this is just more, it's just more fun. Like I can't see Infernal Hordes anymore. It is just so freaking boring. I don't want to do it anymore. I can't see it anymore. And this is refreshing. This is actually, I mean, it's not a challenge, but it's just refreshingly different than spamming all the other shit we, you know, spam all the time. No. So, absolutely not. So, Infernal Hordes, you get somewhere around, 16 to 18k per hour. If you're really good. And Nightmare Dungeon is going to reward you probably like somewhere around 25. It is the region. You can open any nightmare, but the region where the Helltide is has to be Menestad. What is Menestad? What is that? I don't even know what that is. What is Menestad? Is that an area? What? Top left? Arrowan? The top left? Where? Oh, this one here? Wait, so you're saying it only works with this single waypoint? Wait 1 second. So, you're telling me I open any Nightmare Dungeon and just teleport through that waypoint? And then I will get the Optosite in Nightmare Dungeon. Or does it have to be? Okay. Let's see. Okay. That is freaking stupid, man. It works. But honestly, you're probably still getting less than in Nightmare Dungeons with this. I mean, not sure actually. But I would wonder if the maiden gives you stuff, and you know if chests give you like more. Oh yeah, the pillar events spawn a lot of elites, right? But that's very strange though. So you're saying it works with any hell tide, or it just works with the hell tide in like Fractured Peaks? Okay. That's so strange. So the maiden didn't drop any like significant amount, so so, you know, I'm not entirely sure if this actually rewards you with more or with less than Nightmare Dungeons do. I guess it's hard to say. Would have to test this. So, do the Helltide chests drop something? Or just the monsters? Yeah, the chests also don't drop it. So I guess... Yeah, you need to find the pillars first. I feel like they have been so rare. Like, I really don't find these pillars a whole lot. But it's like an interesting bug, though. Where do I actually want to go? You know, the good thing is, you can actually go AFK Blood Maiden, right? So, if you do this... I mean, can you go into this area as well? Or does it just work in this area here? Oh, this build does no damage. You sure? Looks like it, right? Okay. That's so odd. It's such a weird bug. I mean, honestly, I think in the end, you know, this is not really a game-breaking bug. Since I think, even though if you find the pillars, right, just searching for them takes such a long time. And these pillars are, like, fairly rare. Wait, does it deactivate? No, okay, it's still going on. So, basically, it's just like this Helltide area, when you have a Nightmare Dungeon active, will just drop the Opticide, right? It has nothing to do with the waypoint or anything. It's just this area is gonna drop it. Period. I mean, there might be more areas which drop it. Yeah, they should actually. You know what? Because you know what? Helltide is gonna be freaking boring. Like, nobody wants to play Helltide. But you know, if it drops Opticide, why not, right? I mean, I think it drops a decent amount. And I think the advantage above Nightmare Dungeons is just... well, you don't have to freaking restart the Nightmare Dungeons all the time, right? You can just, you know, just go here and kill the shit. Yeah, exactly. Let people choose what they want to play. I'm all for, like, that whole approach. Like, don't force people to play stuff they don't want. That's never a good thing to do. But yeah, so I mean, I think this is not gonna be like any kind of game-breaking exploit, but it's definitely funny, man. It's so you can really technically... I don't think you can... I mean, I can get 100% uptime with the Vex rune in this build, right? You can see this is my Vex, right? You can see now how long does it take until I get it back up? Like 2 or 3 seconds. Because I have it on cast evade and I play a evade teleport build. But realistically, there's no real way to get 100% uptime on that without that rune, I think. I think there's no rune which allows you to get 100% uptime on Vex. But also, Vex is not a good rune, man. It's just... that rune is not good. Really, just for a teleport build, it's great because it gives +3 to all skills. But yeah, so I'm not getting a whole lot of Opticide of this, right? I mean... because in the Nightmare Dungeon you have like, you know, you have the goblins which drop 100, the end of the Nightmare Dungeon drops 250, and also I feel like the elite pack density in Nightmare Dungeons is higher than Helltide, but also it seems like non-elites actually drop 15 Opticide packs here. I feel like there was just non-elites dropping this. And yeah, with the pillar events, right, as you can see, I don't find a single one of them. You remember, like, Season 5 Helltides? Like, the pillars were every freaking where. And now, I mean, there's maybe like 1 or 2 per Helltide, if you find them at all. And also, like, the whole mob density and everything in Helltide, it has all been reverted back to, like, a previous version. And Helltide is freaking annoying now, I feel like. There's not enough mobs in Helltide then to make it, like, worth it, I feel like. Like, these events are cool, right? Obviously, it gives you, like, 45 Opticide, which is not bad. But... I mean, in the end, like, obviously, these events happen, right? You get, like a bunch of these. But, I mean, it's definitely an interesting thing to get, like, the Opticide in Helltide. So the Treasured Goblin dropped the 100, by the way. As you can see, it's 100. So if you find a Treasure Goblin in a Nightmare Dungeon, it drops 100 Opticide, and the Treasure Goblin in the Helltide does the same. It's like so weird. No, you basically just... So you have to activate any Nightmare Dungeon. You don't have to go in or anything. You just need to have one Nightmare Dungeon active. And then this Helltide area seems to be transformed into like a Nightmare Dungeon. And that's really the full story there. No silly tricks or anything. But yeah, so I think the build with Chain Lightning is cool. You would have to... The problem with Chain Lightning is you have to fix your mana. And you have to basically get a different board there. So you have to get the static search board, so you can get the mana regeneration. Because otherwise with Chain Lightning you're always going to be out of mana. And I think then, I feel like this build still plays best with Chain Lightning. It is very, very fast. So wait, can these also drop 100 now? Oh. So this dropped 60 for whatever reason. Wait, where's the chest there? So also the problem with the Helltide is... No, you don't have to start... You just have to activate any Nightmare Dungeon. You don't have to go in there. There just has to be any Nightmare Dungeon to be active. And then this Helltide just drops off the side. But yeah, it's really weird though, I have to say. I think it stopped. Did it stop? But since it's only this one zone, you even run out of mobs in the Helltide. Okay, it didn't stop. But I guess if you want to do a Helltide anyway, this is a great synergy, right? And if people would be spamming the Blood Maiden... But yeah, this build does no damage. This is like Z DPS build. Why though? I don't understand why this build is not doing any damage. Ah yeah, because I have no mana, that's the problem there. Got it. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. Interesting story there. But it's definitely less off-the-side than Nightmare Dungeons. Because you really have to kill the elite packs and don't really have so many of them. And in Nightmare Dungeon in general you just have like a higher density of elite packs than this. Yeah, if you would have 4 players which all get like the haunting shit in that, you would probably get a little bit more, yeah. But you know, that's something which... I don't know. I feel like group play, in the, at least for me, like group play in this game is like completely scuffed. I feel like if you play games in a group, that it should be about, you know, doing like synergies and, you know, playing together, but... You know, in this game, it's basically just you do group play because, you know, more stuff spawns and more stuff dies. But, I don't know, I feel like I don't really see this game as like a great game to play in a group. At least not for me. But yeah, so... Ah, there's one now. So, I think this Helltide didn't even have like a single of these pillars. I mean, I pretty much went everywhere, but I couldn't find anything. Wait, I just want to open that chest and... So I will fix this build so I get the mana regeneration I need. Because I want to actually see what's the best variant for this build. Honestly, I haven't even entered the Dark Citadel. I just don't care about it, honestly. Like, there's... I don't know, I don't want to invest like half an hour to even do this content once. So, I'm so completely not interested in it. Okay. So let's go. So I wonder if you actually need Enchantment Master for this. Just try this without Enchantment Master once. Do a random Nightmare Dungeon here. Okay, so it's now I'm getting in the area where my teleport is too slow. Without the 20%, I definitely noticed this. Without Enchantment Master, this is slow. Different like night and day. Because, so basically with Flickerstep, what happens is you have a 2.5 second cooldown reduction on your evade, right? So as long as your evade gets in the range of 2.5 seconds, you're going to have instant teleport. But if your evade gets above the 2.5 seconds, then you have like a wait time between the teleports. And that's exactly what happened if I remove Enchantment Master. The problem is, if you want to have a speed build like this, you kind of need the other board, the, what was it called? Static Surge. Because without Static Surge, you cannot run Chain Lightning, you're gonna run out of mana. So, basically I have to replace my Burning Instinct board now by Static Surge. I'm gonna remove some damage from Lightning Spear. But I think it's gonna make this build much more stable. Because for this is really, for Nightmare Dungeons, this is freaking amazing. So. I mean, I could try this without Splintering, but I think it's not. I mean, I will actually try it, if it's actually needed or not. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna change my Paragon. So what I have to do is I gotta remove Burning Instinct. By the way, I'm gonna show you like a secret trick. So you will be amazed by what you're gonna see now, right? So if I want to switch, so I want to switch this board here, right, to a different one. So you would have to rebuild, like, you would have to, like, remove this board and remove this board, then change this board, then put these back again, right? So here's, like, next level tactics to do your Paragon boards, right? You do your Paragon boards always in a shape like this. So it's a square. And then whatever board you want to change, right? You just get some free nodes. And then you just do a connection between the other boards here, right? So let's just connect here. And now all of a sudden, your boards are connected. And now you can remove any board in between. So, why can't I remove it? Let me see what I did wrong. Wait. So it would work with this board. It doesn't work with this board. Wait. Why doesn't it work? I'm always using this and it's not working right now. It has to work. Am I stupid? Oh, it works. I don't know why it didn't work. No. Eh? Okay, I'm really confused. This has to be a bug. Let's just close and open this again. Yeah, so for whatever reason... Okay, is this connected? So usually you just connect these boards, right? Like this. And now you can usually remove this board. But for whatever reason, I cannot remove it. And I don't know why. Because this is connected to this, and this is connected to this. And I swear, I did it before, like with this board here, it worked just fine, right? So if you see, now I'm connecting these again, right? So now these are kind of a square. And if I want to remove this one here, why is it not working anymore? I literally did this before this stream, and now I can't do it anymore. So let me just figure out why it doesn't work anymore. Something is odd here. So this is connected. This is connected to this as well. And then this is connected to this. Okay. So I can remove this, but I can't remove this. It's super weird. Usually this works. And I don't know why it just stopped working. But maybe you need to just rebuild the entire thing. Ah, that's my mistake. You need to rebuild. You need to remove the entire board before you can do that. So I was just stupid. So, but in general, so if you want to basically, if you choose this layout, right, with the square, then you can rebuild the board. You have to rebuild. As you can see, you have to remove the entire board, and now you can basically take any board out and replace it by a different one. And you know, since at this point, you know, it's not even gonna matter how you do your Paragon points, right? It's completely irrelevant. Since you have enough Paragon points anyway, you can just, you know, use it however you want it. And then you can just exchange boards really quickly with this. So I really like that. It's just like something in my mind was not working correctly. All right. Let's get the other dex notes here. There's one more here. And then we go this road here. And then we go this one here. Get these. Go here. And now we can remove this link again, which we built. Right, and now we can get our stuff back. Right, so now we got the board back. Get some auras from this board, but you know, at this point, I really want to. I don't really care about, you know, the layouts and the min-maxing of the Paragon boards. I really don't care at all. So. Okay. So now we have the Chain Lightning Sting again, and I'm gonna put back my Resource Lucky Hit effect on this one here. This. So let's see how it works now.
Come back soon.
Do another random nightmare dungeon. So now we have 236 resource, which is pretty nice. So yeah, now we're not running out of resource anymore, right? So this is basically now for Nightmare Dungeons extremely good because you have basically now 2 spells which are one-shotting stuff and targeting, right? You have Chain Lightning, which is one-shotting and targeting, and you have Lightning Spear, which is one-shotting and targeting. So I don't really know at this stage. I mean, I have to fix something, by the way. I have the wrong skill. I don't know if at this stage what happens if you actually remove Lightning Spear. Oh yeah, that was actually not very smart there. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to fix my skill tree. Let's see. So this is basically just destroying everything in a Nightmare Dungeon. Definitely not gonna destroy everything in a pit. But for example, if you like want to make your Optosite in Nightmare Dungeon, right? These events, they give crazy amounts. They give like up to like 200, 300 Optosite, depending on the event. This is not so good. There's definitely better ones. But you can see like the number is stacking. Like I'm already at 107 and, you know, 112. And it's gonna get higher and higher, 121. At some point, you know, sometimes they disappear and then gonna restart. But it is really like a very high gain per hour if you like do these events. Sometimes the chests drop another 100. And this event just doesn't seem to spawn a lot of elites, right? I'm at 165 now, 180, 185, 213, and now you get the chest, right? And the chest can also spawn like 300. Like freaking annoying because of this drifting whatever thing. The chest can spawn like another 100. And there's very good events actually in this Nightmare Dungeons to farm the Optosite. And if you're just doing like the hordes, you get the same amount, right? If you get a really good hordes, you get like 4k. And one horde takes 12 to 13 minutes. So you get 12k per 12 to you get 4k per 12 to 13 minutes. So in the end you get like you know, somewhere around 16 to 20k if you really have a good like if you have good rounds. If you have bad rounds, you're gonna get much less. And the thing with hordes is you're not gonna get anything else, right? You're just gonna get Optosite. You can open the 200 chest for like some random item drops, but that's gonna be really it. And in Nightmare Dungeons, you actually get a lot of stuff. I don't even know what I'm doing here, by the way. So you get the rewards at the end, right? You get the distilled fears. So basically, the end of every Nightmare Dungeon is just basically 40 million in cash right there, right? Just for getting the distilled fears here, right? These ones here. You get 5 at the end of every dungeon. That's like 40 million gold. Every dungeon. Takes 1.5 minutes a dungeon. You get obols. You don't get obols and hordes. In the dungeon itself, you get all the material drops as well, right? You get the goblins and everything. And in hordes, you basically get nothing. So I feel like Nightmare Dungeons is just so much better than hordes. So yeah, let's do some gamble here. And I want to check it out again this weekend. I want to do the materials again because, you know, if you need a fast build for my Nightmare Dungeons, right? And now that's why I'm building like a fast build for Nightmare Dungeons right now, so I can see how much, you know, I can actually cap out per hour. And it doesn't even matter for this season for me anymore. But I want to consider for the next season what build I'm gonna go for first. Right? Do I actually want to go for a max DPS build? Because, you know, what you're really getting of a max DPS build in this game is absolutely nothing. Like, the only thing you gotta have to do is you gotta be able to kill tormented bosses. Everything above tormented bosses, you don't really care about. Oh, look at this. This is 20 billion gold. Max resource focus, like, is freaking necromancers will just buy these for, like, trillions of gold. For whatever reason. Because of their stupid overpower build. So yeah, you want me to try without lightning spear, right? So let's just see what happens. I actually have no clue what's gonna happen. We will see. So if we want to go without lightning spear, we can basically just... I'm just gonna add... I'm not gonna add lightning rod though, right? I'm gonna add... what do we have? Unstable currents. I gotta add... Do we actually add lightning rod? No, lightning rod is actually shit. You would just get conceded basically. But I think this is not going to be very good. But we will see. I think it's going to be much, much weaker than the lightning spear variant though. Yes, you can see, like, literally doesn't do shit. I mean, it kills the mobs, obviously, but it's just missing the damage of the lightning spears, right? So you just get slower clear with this. It's not horribly slow, but it's certainly slower. So, I guess for Nightmare Dungeons, the best variant is really without... So, will be with Shroud of False Death, not Raiment. Because in Nightmare Dungeons, you really don't benefit of Raiment at all. There's, like, literally nothing I can group. Stuff is dead before I even see it, and that's the point. But yeah, without Splintering, it's just weaker. Significantly weaker. I honestly also don't know, like, what would I want to do with this flame shield, right? Because I don't need this flame shield at all. Only thing this flame shield basically does is it's giving me, like, an extra Rasha stack. I mean, it still does, like, damage, right? But it is much weaker than this lightning spear. But probably you don't need the lightning spear aspect on the amulet. But you know, in the end, I think it doesn't really matter all that much. I think this is definitely the best speed farming variant build I can come up with. So let's fix this build. So we're gonna remove our ball lightning ranks here. We don't need this crackling energy bullshit at all. Then we can basically get lucky hit. Because now we have lucky hit to restore mana. We don't need these. We can get extra mana here. We could actually get these crit ones, but, you know, it's really not needed. I think you don't really need any of these passives here whatsoever. I guess that's completely fine to play it like this. In the end, you know, I feel like the shocking impact points are great in this build. And but I think if you, so at least if you want to do Nightmare Dungeon, you want to go for the Shroud of False Death. It's just gonna be stronger. And then we want to go back with the Lightning Spear aspect. Splintering here.
Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
And then do a random one again. And I think with this setup, it will also be able to speed farm towards tier 80, 85-ish. So as you can see, this one is absolutely the fastest in picking up these mobs. And yeah, Raymond is not needed at all. What's that? So much drops here. Like, this is actually making me so much more raw gold, which I don't need. Why can't I teleport through that? And these seething opals in nightmare dungeons, they really give like a lot of rewards. Like if you use like seething opals in hordes and stuff like that, they basically do nothing. But like in these nightmare dungeons, as you can see, like there's like another double drop. Like I got 4 seething opal drops so far in this nightmare dungeon, and that's actually a lot of cash. Like if you want to make the bank. That's a lot. Like that room alone was like 500 million gold, basically. It's actually crazy. So if you have a real fast build, this might net you like up to like 4 billion per hour, depending how well you execute it. And you obviously, you have to know the dungeons a little bit. My problem is I don't know the dungeons, so I choose dungeons which are horrible. But this dungeon, for example, is really awesome. Like Mercy's Reach is... This dungeon is freaking great. Because it just has like such a high density of elites. So the quality of the Nightmare Dungeons is not really how fast you can finish it. The quality of the Nightmare Dungeons is how big the density of the elites is. And so let's try this against Pit and Hordes once again. Let's see Hordes first. But I think this is a great build. I honestly like Chain Lightning the way that it is now. I think it's much better than the pure Lightning Spear just because, you know, you have the double targeting spells. If you just play pure Lightning Spear without the Chain Lightnings, you only have like 1 targeting spell. And that actually is limiting you because Lightning Spear just cannot do the damage anymore consistently. And with this basically you just have 2 spells which one-shot everything, so it just feels much stronger. In Hordes, you wouldn't even need Flickerstep, right? In this... So in Hordes, you could just use boots for damage. Like this, I don't really need this fast teleporting in Hordes. So you could use boots for like an extra, you know, somewhere around 20% more damage, I would say. Same with the Vex rune. You technically don't need the Vex rune. You could just go for the damage. I mean, overall, it's pretty relaxed in Hordes as well, because you just... Faster teleport just helps. You get, like, to these events faster. But in general, I just don't like this mode anymore. It was cool when the mode first came out, but just... So, if you think about it, like, Hordes is really just cool for one reason. Because it was the best way to farm Opticide. But right now, I just feel like Nightmare Dungeons is like so much more fun to farm Opticide. And you're actually gonna make money. And in Hordes, you're not gonna make anything. This one really... I mean, it gives you more XP, I guess. But this one makes no cash whatsoever. Really, all this does is gives you Opticide, and that's it. This is not a pit build. This is a speed farming build. So, without the speed farming, you can go to tier 100. But in this setup, probably like 90 if you really want to. But it is really, this is not meant for pushing. This is for speed farming. So with this, you can probably farm like, you know, tier 75 pits for Paragon in like sub 1 minute. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So Sork's never gonna be great again. You just know by the kind of nerfs they did to Sork, you just know it's never gonna be good again. Because, you know, they removed everything basically, right? They removed the double lightning spear cast, the extra lightning spear cast. They removed extra projectiles on chain lightning. They basically continue to remove the things which have potential, to replace it by something which does not have potential, right? So they say it basically when you know, what happened when they was, you know, we had chain lightning to cast twice, right? So what happened is we had our Axial conduits, right? And right now I cannot go above like 14 chain lightnings or something like that. Not for the reason that I don't have the mana pool to sustain it. No, just for the reason that I cannot cast more chain lightnings. Right? And before we had the double cast, so you could easily go to like 16, 17, 18. And you would have the choice to go for huge amounts of maximum resource and huge amounts of resource generation. So you would have the choice to actually try to sustain like 20 plus chain lightnings. And basically they took the choice away. Why did they take the choice away? Well, because they just remove like the effects. If there's too much of something, they just remove it. And that basically tells me that they are not interested in bringing like the kind of overpowered builds back. They just focus on, you know, making skills do more damage or whatever, but they don't want you to feel overpowered. They want you to feel like, oh yeah, this sounds good, chain lightning to hit twice, and then they kind of try to sell it to you. yeah, Chain Lightning to hit twice is actually no difference between Chain Lightning to cast a double projectile. But that's really not the truth. It is a huge difference. Because, you know, at the end of the Chain Lightning, you get an explosion. And with the Chain Lightning to hit twice, you don't get a double explosion. You still get just one explosion. Right? And so it's a completely different story. Same with the frozen orbs, right? So they say, yeah, you know what, we're gonna take away 50% of the frozen orbs, but we're gonna make them deal 50% more damage. But that's not what we want, right? I want 50% more frozen orbs. Give me more projectiles, give me more awesome stuff. Stop removing my spells, stop removing my procs. Because I want to feel powerful. And I'm not going to feel powerful by shooting, like, you know, less spells. I'm going to feel powerful by shooting more spells. The Opticide bug? Well, are you is the Helltide still active? Well, with Spiritborn, right? Spiritborn is not overpowered in a way that it actually feels overpowered to play. It's just overpowered because it does infinite damage. But the spells itself are not so great. Like the whole feather bullshit, it's just shooting like 8 projectiles back and forth. It's actually not so overwhelming. It's just they do insane amounts of damage. But it's not like the spell in itself feels overpowered. The spell would feel overpowered if it had 10 times more projectiles shooting at 3 times more projectiles per hour or whatever, per second. And also like the rake build where you have like the rake covering the entire screen, right? I mean, that's cool, but it doesn't feel overpowered. It feels like, you know, that's a pretty basic thing, right? It's like a cone-shaped spell in front of you dealing damage. Like, that's nothing special. Like, you know, every game has something like that, right? What was the game where the Breath of Fire? I don't even remember. A pretty old game. In World of Warcraft, you had like Cone of Cold, pretty much the same story. But nothing too overpowered there. I feel like it's just like standard stuff. And that's what's like really deviating this game from like stuff like Path of Exile. Because in Path of Exile, the game is based off giving you the power fantasy you want. Right? If you wanna get your spell with, you know, 5 times the projectiles, you just use multiple projectiles. If you wanna have your spell freaking arc from your target to the next one, you know what, you're just gonna use that. But in D4 they basically they keep dragging you down, right? They want you to feel powerful by just adding more numbers. And, you know, nobody cares about the numbers, honestly. Now, Constellation is not a thing. That thing just literally does no damage. So, they just keep adding random stuff which has no place in this game. Like, Constellation is a good example. Like, nobody wants to have 3 projectiles firing once every 3 seconds. That's not a power fantasy, right? I want to have a projectile firing once every 0.1 second. Giving me something which shoots like a freaking dagger every 3 seconds, it doesn't feel powerful. It just feels random. And also, like, the daggers are like tiny, so you will not even see them. They just completely get, you know, overwhelmed by like all the effects on the screen, which are already there anyway. So I don't know why they keep adding stuff like that, really, because that's nobody wants these things. What is this? And in last season it was really cool, right? So when we had the extra projectiles on everything, when we had the, you know, 60 conjurations going on, when we had like the, you know, entire screen being covered with freaking frozen orbs, like that felt powerful. if you play Frozen Orb right now, I mean, it's still a good build, but it doesn't feel even remotely as powerful anymore. And, you know, the game is already way too overwhelming in, like... So, like, all the ground effects and shit like that, right? You don't even know what's going on anyway. Like, if you turn on damage numbers, you're not gonna see, like, the explosions on the ground and you're just gonna die to random stuff because you just can't see it. Because their focus is, like, on the wrong stuff, basically. So, let's see. Like, this is, like, a salve and hordes. So that's what I say, why Nightmare Dungeons is better than Hordes. Oh, this build has like Z DPS. But the Frostburn variant has just so much freaking more DPS. But, you know, I don't need single target damage in this, really. It's a true story. So, what are you gonna get out of Hordes is really, you just get some random drops here, right? If you open this chest, you get some more random drops. But besides that, that's nothing, right? And if we open the Optusite now with like 975, which is a good amount, that's 3.5k. Right? So 3.5k times 5 essentially is, what is it, 17.5k. And you're gonna get more out of Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, so let's see. This is garbage. You need to look at this. Scrap them. So I want to try Pit with this again, with switching the armor. Yeah, and Ice Shots is one of the builds which technically still would feel powerful, right? Because you have this huge amount of projectiles shotgunning out of you. So from a fantasy, Ice Shards feels powerful. The problem is Ice Shards deal no damage. Right? Everything which technically feels powerful doesn't do any damage. And that's the same with the fire builds, right? Like Hydra, for example. A Hydra build, right? It feels freaking powerful. Problem is, it doesn't do damage. Yeah, so this is decent, right? I mean, this is tier 80. It's a little too high for this build, I would say. But you know, this is decent damage, I guess. It's not that high, because we're not fully focusing on Lightning Spear here. But for speed farming, I think this is pretty good, actually. These super elites are too strong for this build. So I think this is a little bit too high because I'm not doing the perfect damage at this stage. I mean, I could get like another 15% out of runes. But really, this is pretty much the top end damage for this build. You could get a little more by focusing a little bit more on Lightning Spear. But I guess if you really would, you know, the reason for playing a build like this would be like farming Paragon. And if you would just go to like 75. Obviously, I know Spiritborn can farm like, you know, tier 100 in 1 minute. But you cannot really compare this, so I'm already looking like into next season. It's just, I just want to try 75. Yeah, for a speed farming build like this, you don't really care about burning at all. But yeah, I also have my enchantment slot, which is kind of... I mean, I have Ice Blades enchantment. I don't think this is something you would need in a build like this. But I don't even know if there's any interesting enchantment slot I could play instead. I mean, I don't really see any enchant. You could play Hydra enchantment for like a little bit more damage. Oh wow. But yeah, so the boss damage for this is just too low for like this tier. I guess that's also like reason for, you know, if you play Raymond in a build like this, you lose a good amount of boss damage. I mean, Chain Lightning enchantment is alright. I guess it will technically add more damage than Ice Blades enchantment. But yeah, I mean, really, what enchantment you're gonna play, right? Like Familiar, that's not gonna do anything. Like, all these are gonna be useless. Fireball is not really gonna work in high tier content. Ice Shards is useless. Chain Lightning enchant is probably something you could play. You could play Chain Lightning or Ball Lightning enchant. Both work decently. Ball Lightning enchant is probably better than Chain Lightning enchant, to be honest. But since the mobs have so little HP, it doesn't really do anything. Ice Blades is pretty much a great enchantment, but in this build, you don't really need it, I feel like. So you could probably do with Chain Lightning enchant, right? Just revert this like a little bit down to like 75-ish. See how fast it actually goes. Right, so as long as you can move through the pit, right, without stopping for elite packs, you're gonna be at the perfect speed, right, for a speed run like this. I can move through the pit without stopping. So this is the farming level this build has, is basically, you know, 75. If you could, like, somehow squeeze out some more damage, you know, you could maybe get a little bit higher. Okay, these are with extra HP. But that's kind of, you know, what you want to expect if you have a farming build. You want to have your mobs to have, like, low enough hit points so you can move through very, very fast. And, but I don't really see a reason for doing, like, a pit farming build of this, like, speed. Because I don't think people are gonna farm... I mean, there is people who are going to farm Paragon 300, right? But, you know, essentially... Is that something you really want to do? Like, I wouldn't farm Paragon 300. Like, what's the reason for that? It gets deleted next season anyway. And you... What are you gonna win for having Paragon 300? You just basically get, like, 10% extra damage from just you know, getting more intelligence. That's really what it is, right? So absolutely no point in getting these Paragon points. But yeah, this has really no freaking boss damage without the frost burns. So I guess you would have to go back to frost burns. This really has no damage. It's like the ZDPS build on bosses. So you probably want to go back to Frostburn. So look at this, 3 Great Havocs 1. Let me just try this with Frostburns. Yeah, title. I mean, you for like pits. Look at this one here. Not too shabby at all. So let's change to Frostburns and see how that's actually gonna change stuff around. Because Frostburns basically wait, didn't I had ones with attack speed? No, this is mine. So let's see how big the difference actually is here. See, like, these Frostburns are just out of freaking control, man. I don't know what's wrong with them, but they basically insta-give everything. And I didn't even spec into like Lucky Hit in any kind of scenario. But it's just so much better for like this kind of content. These basically melt instantly. I mean, I have Chain Lightning enchant now instead of Ice Blades enchant. I don't even know if that's good or not. But like, with these super elites, you see it. Like, if you use Frostburns, they just die so much faster than before. So let's see the difference on the boss with Frostburn and without. It's gonna be different, like night and day. See, like, this is boss with Frostburns, right? You remember boss without Frostburns? Now let's see. Look at the stagger. So it basically just instantly gets evaporated. It's kind of ridiculous, right? Now, you cannot play Fist of Fate and Frostburn at the same time, fortunately. Fist of Fate is not a good item by itself. But with Frostburn, you would probably want to change... I mean, you might change to Ball Lightning Enchant, but I honestly don't know how Chain Lightning Enchant is working right now. Because there was like a note sometime that Chain Lightning has been changed to just trigger once every 4 seconds. But I feel like that is not the truth. I mean, I tested Chain Lightning enchant and I felt like it was doing more than once every 4 seconds. But yeah, as you can see, in like tier 80, you know, you're not having the speed to go through like crazy. I mean, you're still going through very fast with this, right? But you just feel like stuff like Air of Perdition is just missing so much, right? And you cannot really use Air of Perdition with this build because you really need the cooldown reduction from the Shako. I mean, I guess I could try using it, but I will not have the cooldown reduction. Even if you would keep the Flickersteps on, I think it's not... I mean, I would try it with the Flickersteps and the Air of Perdition. See how fast it actually is. But yeah, Frostburn is just so much better in this. So let's see the tier 80 boss. With Frostburns. I mean, it's insane how much single target DPS these Frostburns actually pump out. Like, if you compare this to before, right? Without the Frostburns, you would have more damage on Lightning Spear. And the boss would take like 3 or 4 times as long. So that it's actually pretty crazy. And, you know, I don't even have a lot of lucky hit at this point. No, it's absolutely not true. So before, without the Frostburns, the boss took more than 2 stagger phases. I would show you, like, you are like so far off. If I go back into without Frostburns, right? Even though I can remove this unstable currents aspect, but that's not the point. You will see it's like such a huge freaking difference. You just saw the boss, right? It died within the second stagger phase. Now I'm doing the same thing again now. Tier 80. And you will see the boss will need 4 or 5 stagger. I mean, it will die in the 4th stagger phase, I think. It's gonna take more than twice as long to die. What do I think about Fireball? I don't want to play Fireball because the build is too slow. And I usually don't care about pit pushing. Look at these elite packs alone. Like, they take, without the Frostburns, they take twice as long already. So... it is really an absolute... It's a huge difference. Like, Frostburns are really freaking strong. You will see at the boss. I've been playing these builds for a long time, so I really, I'm using the same enchantments right now. I'm using the Chain Lightning enchant. Again, changing to the Ice Blades enchant is probably gonna do more damage because just of the extra Conjuration Mastery. But the difference in that would be minimal. I'm using exactly the same I used last run with Frostburns. And you will see how long the goddamn boss takes. So really, as soon as you want like some kind of damage and you want to, you know, remove speed for more single target damage, if you at least if you play Chain Lightnings, like Frostburns, they hit so freaking hard. See, I'm already like more than 2 minutes in and I'm not even spawning the boss, but you know, the layouts are always different. This is a horrible one. See if I can even spawn the boss in this. So now just watch it. Just look at the damage. So this is less than half. Probably like not even 1/3 of the damage. So first stagger phase, I didn't even get 30% done. Remember, last run, the boss was dead in the second stagger phase. Now I'm in the second stagger phase, and I'm gonna get him to 50% in the second stagger phase, without Frostburns. And this is Scorch of the Land. This is a low HP boss, right? So now I'm not even gonna get him down in the third stagger phase without Frostburns. So really, it is an absolutely huge difference how strong the single target damage of Frostburns is. Right, so I'm not getting the 4th stagger phase, but I couldn't bring him down in 3 stagger phases without Frostburns. And with Frostburns, I killed him in the second. So really, don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, Lightning Spear is basically, it has no single target. Lightning Spear is great for AoE. It's great for high tier pit pushing because you can get rid of the mobs in the pit. But when it comes to the boss, it is an absolute garbage build. It is really just like it is. And, you know, I know this is unstable currents aspect on here. Even if you can put another aspect on here, and it's probably going to be like roughly, probably like 20% more damage or something like that. But again, I was trying this for the sake of like playing a speed farming build, right? So yeah. And what you can do is you can play Air of Perdition instead of Harlequin, but you're just gonna lose so much cooldown reduction, so your speed is not gonna be there. But this is a different build, right? This is Shako. So this build has just cooldown reduction all the way. Right? This is 50% cooldown reduction. This is 20% cooldown reduction. This is 20% cooldown reduction. And this is 25% unstable currents cooldown reduction. So, plus, you have +4 ranks from the Shako. And you have permanent Vex rune, right? So you have +7 skills in reality. So I don't even have... I just have 1 point in here, right? But in reality, I have 7 points in here. So this is a rank 8. As soon as I'm out, this is rank 8 unstable currents. That's why I'm using Vex rune with this build, because it's also going to add teleport ranks, so I can get faster. Right, and as you can see, so it gives me a 3.2 second teleport, right? So if I go teleport with this, you see it's a 3.2 seconds, right? So Flickerstep is going to reduce it by 2.5. So technically, I'm too slow. But now you have to see when Vex Room actually is active, right? Then let's just look at the tooltip. Does it say it here? Where can I... Okay, I can look it up here. So let's activate Vex Rune here. Right, you see this is Vex. Let's just wait for it to be active. Then just look at the enchantment again. Right, now it's active. And now we have a 2.9 second cooldown, right? So as you can see, 3.2. Now Vex is inactive. And with Vex we are at 2.9. So technically, the perfect value would be... I don't even know. I think it's already the perfect value because you have to cast one spell, right? So you have to cast the Chain Lightning. And while the Chain Lightning animation is active, you can cast 3 Chain Lightnings a second. So the Chain Lightning animation actually takes roughly 0.3 seconds, while your 2.9 seconds evade goes down to 2.6. Then you cast your Chain Lightning, and then it's going to reduce it by 2.5. So basically with this, I have 0 cooldown. I use, what do I even use? Cast Evade, right? Yeah, this is what I use. Cast Evade to do Vex. So 14 times. Again, I wasn't casting Chain Lightning, right? But if I put on Chain Lightning now, as you can see how fast this goes to activate it. Let's just kill these mobs real quick. So let's just count, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you can see, like this is active. This lasts 7 seconds, and this is active permanent. Right, so the cast evade is the strongest one you can get if you're doing a speed build like this, right? You're basically evading like twice a second. So this is a really good synergy. If you want to obviously go for speed farming. Why the hell is this? These are like huge. So I really like this build for like the speed farming variant. Again, Pit 80 is too hard. Pit 75 is absolute speed farm. Pit 80 is like 2 minutes. But you know, Sorg is not really the Pit 80 speed farmer. I didn't look at the Lightning Spear, like the pure Lightning Spear with like a 200 weapon. I wanted to check that actually. How much better it is for Pit. And I have a stuff somewhere here to do this, right? So Shroud is just for single target damage, right? Raiment is for speed farming. Well, no. Let's just put it different. So if you want to do Pit with Lightning Spear, Raiment is great. If you want to do Nightmare Dungeon or Hordes, Raiment is garbage. It doesn't do anything whatsoever. If you do Nightmare Dungeons or Hordes, Shroud is much better. Because you're not going to benefit of the pulling. The Raiment is really only for the pulling, and the only benefit you get from the pulling effect is when you actually do pits, because you need to pull the mobs together so Lightning Spear can properly damage them. All other things, you know, Shroud of False Death is much better. Let me see, tempering. So I want shock augments. How Shroud works? Well, so Shroud. So why is Shroud so overpowered? I mean, I have a greater FX all stat Shroud, right? So this is 400 all stats. That is 400 intelligence. This gives you a lot of crit. This also activates all your bonus in Paragon board. And it has +1 to all passives, right? So the 400 all stats is already almost as strong as Raiment. If you don't have a greater FX Raiment, right, this is probably roughly a little bit better than 400 all stats. If you have a +7 glass cannon one, you know, this is a little bit better, but this is probably the same amount of damage than 400 all stats. So let's look what Shroud of False Death actually gives you. Like, it's +1 to all passive, right? So let's count the damage in the passives. So here is 4%. Here is another 6%, right? So I'm not going for the relative increase. I'm just gonna give you the raw numbers, right? So 4%, 6% is 10%, right? These are defensives. Here's Conjuration Mastery, right? Conjuration Mastery is another 6% per conjuration. So let's just call this another 6, right? 16. Devouring Blaze, 26. Elemental synergies. Well, let's just go for shock. How many shock skills do I have on my bar? 1, 2, 3, right? So let's call it another 3. So we are like at what, even like 30 or like we're at 40. Actually lost count. So let's just say we're at 40, right? Another 4% cooldown reduction. And all these passives, right? These all activate. Like this I know these are defensive. Hoarfrost, I forgot Hoarfrost. So, you know, just you're probably roughly around 50% from the +1 to all passives. Plus it boosts the defensive passives, right? And you also get like, you know, Lucky Hit, for example. If you run Frostburn, Lucky Hit translates into damage. So it's really freaking strong. Like it's really freaking strong. And again, it has 400 freaking all stats. So, what was I gonna do? Masterwork this stuff here. Let's get some crit damage on this. The Mythic affix is not used. Which one do you mean? The one at the bottom now, it's irrelevant. It doesn't do anything. It's really the only thing what matters on this is +1 to all passives, the alt stats, and the maximum life. The 1k maximum life is super awesome defensive stat, but you know the damage on it and the mythic shit that is completely irrelevant. Right, so let's now go for the let's just test this. How much better this is gonna be. Let's just put our Splintering on here now. And now we're gonna do Storm Swell. Now we're gonna do Shredding Blades. Now we're gonna do Storm Swell. And we're gonna do Shredding Blades on here. Now we're gonna... Did it actually go? Yeah. Where's the... Now we're gonna get another socket here. We're gonna get ourselves 2 emeralds. So this is the Mikuna build, right? Pretty much. So let's see how this does against tier 80. With Raymond. I think this is exactly the variant Mikuna is playing. I just don't know what he has on his amulet. But this should be roughly the same build. Again, really, the Raymond is really just good for like pixeling the mobs together and getting most of Lightning Spear. That is what it's great for. And it's gonna be needed if you want to do like any kind of really top high tier pit pushing. You're gonna need that. So let's do the tier 80 in this again. See how it goes. I'm also playing the wrong mercenary, right? I should play the 10% attack speed, but I think I have 100% attack speed right now. Alright, let's go. So as you can see, my teleport speed is significantly slower with the 200 weapon. I have a, and you know, this is just like fucking weak, right? So the lightning spear itself, it just sucks. It doesn't do the damage. It's good for picking up like solo packs, but it is really slow. Like it just doesn't even feel remotely as good as the last variant I had. I think I mean I don't have the restore mana on Lucky Hit right now, which is a problem, right? You can see I'm running out of mana. And I should probably switch my enchantment. But I think even if I do this, I think this build is going to be significantly weaker. Because it just relies only on the Lightning Spear damage. I mean, with fixing the mana, I could try again with getting the lucky hit mana. Because right now I'm really out of mana all the time with this. But it just feels so freaking slow anyway. I know he's playing it with ball lightning. But I just don't see the lightning spear dealing all the damage here. It just feels weak. Yeah, I know. You know, what it's gonna add is it's gonna double the damage of Lightning Spear by just getting more conjurations, yeah. Again, I have to fix, I would have to fix mana, but I could also change this to Ball Lightning. I think it would still be significantly weaker than my variant, actually. With the Frostburns. But yeah, the mana is a problem right now in this build. But even if I would put Lucky Hit mana on my gloves now, I don't think it would... I mean, it would fix the mana problem, yes. You can use this with Ball Lightning, and again, you know, you can use this with T-Balls, and, you know, I totally get it. It gives you like a little bit of extra damage. But this just doesn't feel good to me. Like this whole two-handed stuff, it's very slow. I think you could optimize this to teleport a little bit faster, yes. So we're gonna check with the lucky hit. But now you're gonna see I'm not gonna do any boss damage. I think I can't even kill this. Right, so there's literally no boss damage whatsoever. I mean, it's probably it's roughly the same, honestly. It's roughly the same than I had before, like without the frost burns. And I mean, yes, I'm a little bit low on conjurations, right? I'm like at 14 in the highs. If I would have the lucky hit mana, I would probably get to like 16. And I have the wrong enchantment, so I don't have Ice Blade's enchantment. So overall, I mean, this is playable. But I feel like this is slower. It just plays slower, it feels slower, and it has this huge overkill damage on Lightning Spear, which I don't even need. Like, I don't need the Lightning Spear damage to be top, because if you're doing a speed farming build, you don't want to do extreme amounts of damage with one hit. You want to do a lot of hits which do decent damage, so you don't do so much overkill on all the mobs around. I mean, this has maximum life. I could just, you know, let's just for, you know, just for the science here, I'm just gonna change the maximum life to lucky hit mana now, right? I know technically this is not the smartest way, but, you know, it doesn't really matter in this case. Let's just change this to lucky hit mana. Wait, is lucky hit mana even on 200 stuffs? Yeah, it is. Like this system, right? Like there's literally 6 values, and I have like 30 tries, and I still didn't see the lucky hit mana. This is just like such a stupid joke. Like whoever made this system is just like trash. The person who did this is just trash. Like how many times can you do this? It's a 1 in 6 freaking chance. What is this? Are you gonna be fucking kidding me? There it is. But on the focus it was super easy, but you know, it doesn't matter. Like, was just a huge waste of resources. Who the fuck cares, right? So yeah, we have Shredding, we have Storm Swell, we have the Lightning Spear bullshit. So everything is correct at this point, right? So let's try again. So the thing is, if I would switch this even to Ball Lightning, I would be doing even way, way less damage. But I'm going to change the enchantment again to Ice Blades, right? So let's do this again. And I feel like by removing Chain Lightning and replacing it with Ball Lightning, you reduce your damage even further. See, like with the mana, it's better, right? Obviously, you don't run out of mana, so it still works fine. From a dungeon, right? So don't understand this wrong, right? The dungeon should clear faster with this, because in the dungeon the lightning spear damage is superior above the chain lightning damage. So from a dungeon clear perspective, this is expected to be faster, and this feels faster in a tier 80, right? It's definitely faster in the dungeon. The teleporting is slower, so I have like a delay of, you know, a good amount. You could fix that by putting evade cooldown reduction on your amulet. But you would still be a little bit slower, but not much slower. So just for doing the trash, yeah, Ball Lightning casts way faster, but it doesn't deal damage. So it also doesn't cast so much faster. It casts like 20-25% faster than Chain Lightning or something like that. So yeah, it casts faster, but it's not like a difference like night and day. And as you can see, I'm at max conjurations, right? So I'm not going to benefit from more casts all that much. I'm going to benefit a little bit, but I feel like Chain Lightning is just way better. So again, like this is I feel like this is way slower than my variant already now in the dungeon. But I want to see the boss. Also, like, you also miss, like, the cooldown reduction from the focus, right? So, I mean, obviously, if you have, like, a 3 grade... So, I guess, you know, the Mekuna build probably has, like, 3 greater FX cooldown... like, 3 Masterwork crit cooldown on Shako and 3 Masterwork crit cooldown on Rasha Ring, right? Which, you know, changes a little bit. But as you can see, the boss damage is just not there with this Lightning Spear. It's sure, you can get down the boss, but... it's just such a difference, like night and day, over playing Frostburns, right? So here's the thing with playing Frostburns, right? If you play Ball Lightning, you cannot play Frostburns because Ball Lightning is not gonna lucky hit, right? Chain Lightning is gonna lucky hit with Frostburns, which fixes your single target damage, but you cannot do that with Ball Lightning. So even though Ball Lightning will, you know, be a little bit faster, I feel like it's just the way weaker variant in the end. And same with Charge Bolts. Charge Bolts doesn't work with Frostburn because it's not going to hit shit. So really the best variant is, like, for example, if I put now the, I mean, I could obviously use Frostburn now, right, with these. So let's just do this variant again with Frostburn, right? By the way, use my obols. Yeah, the Vox Omnium, it only has like some edge cases in like high tier pit pushing with like, you know, the shatter builds. But it doesn't really, you know, have like real world usage.
Hello, shining beauty.
Is there anything here I need?
Hello, hello, shining beauty.
look, look at this focus. 3 greater epics focus. It could be like the god item. Because focuses are like the most expensive items basically outside of like, you know, Spiritborn stuff. So now we have the same with Frostburn, right? And again, this is not optimal for Frostburn because we don't have the attack speed. But just look at the difference now playing this with Frostburn. And again, so this is not good for Frostburn, right? Because, you know, we play the Lightning Spear aspect on our two-handed weapon, right? So our Frostburns are not gonna benefit of that damage. So it's basically a loss for the Frostburns, right? So the Frostburns right now I just boosted by 1 single aspect on the amulet. And it's still gonna be significantly faster when killing the boss. Also, you want to play Wand and Focus if you play Frostburns, because you're going to have Lucky Hit on your Focus. Even though it's just 10%, right? Frostburns does a huge amount of damage, and every boost and Lucky Hit for Frostburns is very beneficial. So I really don't understand the focus on the Lightning Spear damage. I don't think these builds are good anymore. I can understand that kind of sticking to it for whatever reason, but I feel like these Lightning Spear on your two-handed weapon builds have been obsolete now. And they have just been replaced by stronger builds. So, Shroud is good for high tier pit pushing, but for speed farming pits, Raiment is much better because you have the grouping. So if you do high tier pit pushing and you can use Vortex for grouping, Shroud is much better. But a Vortex is too slow for speed farming. So I mean, I just feel like the build I like put together with the Wand and Focus, you know, I spent like a good 3 hours now testing the speed farming builds, and I feel like the last variant I have with the Wand and Focus and the Chain Lightning is by far the best one. But now look at this boss, this is gonna die significantly faster with Frostburns, even though this build is completely shitty for Frostburns. Because I don't get any bonus damage to the Frostburns. As you can see, after the first stagger phase, I have roughly, I did like 20 to 30% more damage than last time. And outside of the stagger, as you can see, I'm actually doing damage outside of stagger. Right? Because the Frostburns actually do the lucky hit. And so this is gonna die within the third stagger phase. And with the last variant, I did like significantly, yeah, whatever. I'm not even paying attention. But, you know, I just want to prove a point here that the Frostburn variant is just so much better. And now we're going to switch back to the original Frostburn variant for the same tier 80 speed farm, right? And you're going to see it's just going to be significantly better. So we're going for the Wand and Focus again. Wand, Focus. I don't even know if you want to put the Lightning Spear on the Amulet. I feel like for the speed farm, it's probably be sufficient to play with the Lightning Spear on a regular aspect as well. So let's just do this for now. So we put the Lightning Spear on here. Splintering. And now we have This is... What is this? This is Storm Swell, right? And we have Shredding Blades here. Right, right. So... Now, basically same story, just, you know, Frostburns with Wand and Focus now. Let's do the same tier 80. So first of all, you can see like my teleporting speed is like a million times faster, right? It's like a different like night and day against the 200 stuff. And you know, you can fix that 200 stuff bullshit with, you know, as I say, like, as it's like a Mekuna build, you can fix that with triple master working cooldown reduction on your Shako and triple master working cooldown reduction on your Tal Rasha ring, and probably putting like evade cooldown reduction on your amulet. So yes, you can fix that. The cost of fixing that is completely out of control, right? It's really not of this world. And if you can do it, you're gonna end up with something which is still gonna be worse than this one here. So, I mean, just look at the difference of this gameplay compared to the last one, right? And don't tell me that this is not like such a tremendous difference by just incorporating these Frostburns. And, you know, the higher attack speed, obviously. Higher attack speed and more lucky hit. And you will see at the boss. The boss is gonna die significantly faster as well. Even these elite packs, they die so much faster than with the Lightning Spear. Because the Lightning Spear is just so slow. And the Chain Lightnings actually end up doing damage. And since in this build I'm using Vex Rune, right? Because I'm using Vex Rune so I can get this teleport oh, damn, I lost my window there. So I'm using Vex Rune so I can get the teleport cooldown perfectly to 2.5 seconds. And the Vex Rune also is not going to boost the Lightning Spear at all, right? So the Vex Rune is... But the Vex Rune is going to boost the Chain Lightning at least a little bit. Obviously, you can use a different rune to get 15% all damage, but for the sake of playing a speed farming build, I much rather have faster teleporting than a little bit more damage. Now let's see the boss. So now first stagger phase, right? Remember where we were? So I'm... After first stagger phase, I'm half. So I did like probably like somewhere around 20% more damage during that stagger phase. And you know, second stagger phase, this guy is already gonna be dead. Right, so it's just huge difference between these build variants. Huge difference. And like, charge balls. So, what are you gonna get out of charge balls? Just, you know, let's be realistic here, right? So, what are you gonna get out of charge balls is... Charge balls has a little bit faster attack speed than Chain Lightning. Charge balls does no damage whatsoever, right? You don't do any damage. And Charge bolt doesn't do any lucky hit outside of close combat fights. You can do it. I mean, I can do the same with charge bolts. Which one do you choose? This one probably, right? I mean, it doesn't even matter. So let's do the same with charge bolts. I don't think charge bolts is even remotely gonna trigger as much lucky hit as Chain Lightning. I don't think it's even gonna be close. Like Chain Lightning, if you play the Chain Lightning pants, you get so much more hits out of Chain Lightning than Charge Bolts. Charge Bolts in a boss fight, I don't even know if they count as 5. Like in these trash packs, they are better, right? So, wait. They clear the trash packs better because they have like a little bit of AoE, right? But as you can see, like, they don't trigger Lucky Hit as well. They work, yeah, but I think they are not as good as Chain Lightning, especially in a speed farming scenario, because they don't target. Right? It is just like it's just a melee spell basically, which is alright. But Chain Lightning is always gonna hit something. It's always gonna target. And it does more Lucky Hit than Charge Bolts. I'm not saying that these are gonna be significantly worse, but I think Chain Lightning is just gonna be better. Especially if you want to speed farm and you want your spells to target. And the attack speed of Charge Bolts is not significantly faster than Chain Lightning. I think it's like 10% faster or something like that. So it's not like such a huge difference actually. What? Finding good Axials is a problem. Axials is like, you can buy these for cheap. Nobody cares about Axials. You can get a 4 greater FX Axial Conduit for like 5 billion gold or something like that. Like really nobody cares about it. And I even play Charge Bolts with Axial. I wouldn't play any lightning based build without Axial Conduit actually. I don't see a reason on skipping Axial Conduit in any lightning based build. Because it's just gonna be stronger than any alternative. So the only alternative you have is basically you can play T-Balls for the 20% extra damage. Or you can play Intelligence for probably like 10% extra damage. But, so, the Chain Lightning, even now, right, I have Chain Lightnings going off all the time. And they still Lucky Hit with my Frost Burns, right? They still do the Chain Lightning explosions, which do decent damage. And there's just no alternate pants which are any good. Except, yeah, sure, it's a 20% damage buff if you get T-Balls. But I feel like Chain Lightning pants are just so much better. So what you're saying there is based on the attack speed, so it doesn't really make sense. It really depends on your attack speed where the breakpoints are. But again, just look at it. So it's roughly the same, right? On the boss. In the dungeon it was weaker. On the bosses, I would say it's roughly the same. I don't see it to be like a huge difference there, right? What does my gear have to do with this? So, the Charge Bolts, what is the difference between Charge Bolts and Chain Lightning there? You cannot play to Rakanos at all. We're playing a speed build here, so as soon as you... These boots have nothing to do with Chain Lightning, right? I can switch these boots away with Chain Lightning as well. The point is I'm playing these boots because it is for the faster teleport. So, right? Has nothing to do with that. So the tempers on weapons, yeah, of course I have Chain Lightning tempers on here. So what you're gonna get out of the Charge Bolt is... What is even the temper on Charge Bolt? Is it cast twice or is it to deal double damage? I don't even know. But I don't think in the end it's gonna be stronger. You know, I think there's certain situations where it might be stronger. But for the sake of doing speed farming, the Chain Lightning is, yeah, okay, cast twice. Is it really still cast twice? I mean, that's obviously, that's an advantage, then I have to say. If they still have the cast twice. They're probably gonna remove it next season, right? So, but it's the low chance though, right? It's the 17.5%. So, yes, you could technically do that. That's a good point there. But still, you know, it's probably gonna be better if you want to do like pushing. Because it's better if you're like in melee range of the mobs, because the charge bolts explode, so it gives you way more value. I would totally agree on that. But for speed, I would still always go with the chain lightning. I think it's just stronger to have this chain lightning target and pick up mobs. And the speed difference is, I think it's like, it depends on the breakpoint. I mean, Fireball is pretty much the same, right? I mean, it's for speed farming. It doesn't have the auto aiming, so it requires aiming. Yeah, I mean, the damage isn't really like the big deal in speed farming, right? So it's really about the like, if you, for example, take the Nightmare Dungeon scenario, right? So this one here, or whatever, let's just get some random one here. So you cannot do this with charge balls, and you cannot do this with fireball. What I'm doing right now, you cannot do with those skills. Because you're not gonna hit the mobs fast enough. So this essentially... Oh wait, I still have charge bolts. Let me just... What's this? So... Okay, lightning... Good, yeah. Yeah, this is probably the worst example of a Nightmare Dungeon because this is horrible. But this is not gonna work with charge bolts. And this is not gonna work with fireball. Right, you can try doing this, but it's not gonna work. Like, no, there's no way you're gonna aim these packs down with a fireball. And with charge bolts, well, so the only thing you have which can take down these mobs is Lightning Spear. And Lightning Spear can only hit one mob every 0.25 seconds. So it's not gonna die if you use charge bolts, because they're not gonna hit the mobs. So this kind of farming you can really only do with chain lightning. And you know, I'm not saying that this that, you know, charge bolts is probably stronger if you want to do, I mean, in certain pit farming scenarios, like probably like in between level 80 and level 90, it's probably going to be stronger. Below level 80, it's going to be weaker. And for pushing, it's irrelevant anyway. So, I guess there will be certain pit tiers where you're going to have an advantage using charge bolts. And based on the speed, so if you want to do this speed farm, you don't really need the high attack speed, because it's really just, you know, you do one attack and then you do one evade, and it doesn't really make such a huge difference. No, the point is, it doesn't get one shot, because you're not gonna hit it. Right? You need, exactly. So you need to teleport. Like, you cannot even pick up the loot, right? Because the lightning spears are gonna pick up stuff in front of me already. And I just need to port and loot it. With fireball, you can't do that. With fireball, you actually have to look at the mobs, aim at the mobs, go into the mob's face, kill the mobs, then teleport on the mobs and loot. And that's gonna be significantly slower than doing this with a chain lightning based build. Because you just have the auto targeting of the chain lightning. It's just much stronger. But it doesn't matter how good your aim is. You're still gonna be slower than your spells auto-aiming for you. Basically, when I arrive, the mobs are already dead. I don't even need to aim them. They are dead at the point at the moment I arrive there. So I can already loot. Right? So I'm at the mob and I can loot. And you have to... Well, these door dungeons are like so horrible. And with Fireball, you basically have to shoot the mob and then loot. And I basically don't even have to shoot them because they're gonna be dead already. Like, unless you have, like, garbage door dungeons like this. But it is just faster. Like, in a speed farming scenario, it's just faster. But, you know, Fireball obviously hits significantly faster. So if you want to speed farm a pit tier 90, right? This build is garbage for farming a tier 90 pit. Because it just doesn't do enough damage. Right? So Fireball will do significantly more damage for speed farming a higher level pit. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the builds, it's highly depending on the level of content and the HP of the mobs you want to kill with them. And then other builds are going to be better. Like, I have no clue why you cannot teleport over these doors anymore. I don't know who programmed these doors, but you should just fire that guy. Just say you failed. Bye-bye. Get a new job, bro. Again, it is not about the attacks per second. So, what I'm trying to say to you is the attacks per second don't matter for speed teleporting. Because you're gonna have an evade cooldown of 2.5 seconds. Right? So you need to do one attack to clear your cooldown. You don't need 2 attacks to clear your cooldown. So it is actually irrelevant how fast you actually attack. If you want to do single target damage, yeah, it is very relevant how fast you attack. But if you only have a 2.5 second cooldown and you can reduce your evade cooldown by 2.5 seconds by casting one spell, it doesn't help you to cast a second spell. In fact, it's not going to change the goddamn thing. No, this cannot do 100. This is a speed farming build. Yeah, but so my problem is I cannot remember the nightmare dungeons, right? There's like 15 million nightmare dungeons and they're all like have the same names, so like there's no way I will ever remember what these dungeons are and what these dungeons not are. So it's just, for me, it's like impossible. Well, if you switch Shako to Perdition and then you're just gonna need 2 fireballs to reset your teleport cooldown. So you're just gonna be a little bit slower. And, you know, in the end, if you're speed farming, it doesn't matter if you shoot 2 fireballs or once, because you just need 1 to kill the goddamn mob. So what are you talking about, bro? I mean, you are on a completely different page here. You are on the page of maximizing DPS. I'm on the page of maximizing speed. I don't care about level 100. Right? It's a completely different story. As I say, this build is not going to be even remotely able to go to like level 100. Even if you switch with air of, like, if you switch your items, yes, you can do level 100 with this build, but it's going to be a huge freaking pain in the ass. So you better do yourself a favor and not do level 100 with this build. Yes, you can do it, but it's not gonna be fun. Alright, but this is the variant I think is the best. At least for me, it plays best. Frostburns you can exchange to like a... So if you want to do the very fast version for low tier content, you will exchange Frostburns with gloves with overwhelming currents. But this one is going to be pretty cool. But Fireball is relatively easy to do level 100. I mean, you need a good amount of gear, right? But if you have the gear, Fireball is is pretty easy to clear level 100. But you know, at some point they probably fix it. um, but yeah, so I'm pretty confident with this build at this stage now. This is actually a nice. Yeah, I mean, Sork is pretty weak this season. I mean, the problem is, so Sork was strong last season, and it just got nerfed to the ground. And now it's kind of, it's exactly back to the same problem where it has been before, right? So the Sork has no single target damage. And so we basically got a huge nerf to the AoE, and we still don't have single target damage. So before we had decent AoE, right, with the lightning spear, and the lightning spears were actually good enough to solve single target damage as well. But now it's basically reverted back to where we have been before. And you have exactly this issue. Like, all the builds of Sork are just gonna be garbage in an AoE scenario. But you can do like the speed farming builds, like is absolutely amazing on Sork, obviously. But yeah, so for high tier pushing, it's yeah, exactly, bug fireball, but it doesn't have the biggest single target though. It has okay single target, but it's still like nothing compared to other classes' single target damage, right? And the high tier pit clears are not because Fireball has high single target damage. It is just because Shatter is still like bugged, and you know, the new Fireball and Shatter work pretty well together because the new Fireball is basically doing native burning damage. So wait, do I need to kill this guy? Yeah, it's two different bugs, that's correct. But they both basically play into the same end damage bucket. So you basically have one bug which is just giving Fireball more single target damage, and then you have the other bug because you know, of the Shatter burn damage. But yeah, it's fishing, exactly. But again, for me, it's no point to do pit pushing anyway, because I don't really see any fun. Like, there's no leaderboards, there's no rewards, there's nothing you can get out of pit pushing. There's no, you know, there's no epic loot you can get by, you know, completing pits upwards of level 100 or whatever. So I don't really see any point in doing it at all, because it's just going to be an exhausting progress. And I don't know, I don't really see a point in doing that. I feel like, you know, if it would be a race to tier 100, that's a different story, right? But since it's... So pit is like so much RNG, right? So if you, let's say, you want to beat the highest pit clear, right? So let's say the highest pit clear on Sork is right now, I don't know even. I haven't looked at it in a while. But let's just say it's 115. And you want to do 116, right? And 115 is already like very, very high damage, right? And you want to do the 116. You basically just have to repetitively run pits until the freaking stars align, right? So you need two good maps, first of all. So you get a bad map, like you get, you know, skeletons, or like you get vampires flying away or whatever. Like, you can just restart, period. Like, it's over, right? And so you need the stars to align. And then you also need the stars to align for the boss. So essentially you have to spam like upwards of 100 pits probably to get one decent try to even have a shot. And that is just stupid. Like, that doesn't sound like any fun to me. Like, I have absolutely no interest in doing that. And it just seems like they have no incentive of, you know, working on these problems at all. Yeah, but, you know, best thing is if you can get, like, a spider or like, a werewolf map, right? So, these two are, like, the best by far. And, you know, if you're really looking to, like, beat the highest thing, you know, all the other maps you basically don't need to even try. I mean, if you are, like, at the very, very high end, right? So, you need to basically fish for 2 good maps and a good boss. And it's just, like, so unlikely. And, I feel like it's also... It's not really a challenge or anything, right? It has nothing to do with your skill. It's basically just your, like, you know, endurance, your stamina. Like, how long can you do this before your freaking brain shuts down? That is really, like, pit pushing. It has nothing to do with skill or anything or oversight or whatever. It's just luck, basically. And yeah, the maps, like, with the tight places, right? Like, teleporting into, like, whatever areas. So, to me, it just feels bad. Like, it just doesn't feel like any decent endgame because there's no rewards. And then I always... Oh, like, look at this. Triple Goblin. Let's go. I always compare it to, like, PoE, right? Where, like, the endgame is essentially... You know, your endgame is advancing gear by playing efficient, right? By doing, like, efficient farming or whatever, doing a good farming strategy, and, you know, get your very, very high-end gear to essentially farm faster, and blah, 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 blah. So in D4, it is completely different. It's like after, you know, a playtime of, let's just make it 30 hours, you're at the top end, right? You can, with, like, a lot of effort, you can advance by another 10 to 15, maybe 20% in damage. You cannot advance anything else, right? You cannot get better by any means. You can just increase your damage, your raw damage numbers by a little bit. And I'm really talking a little bit, right? It's not like you played 40 hours of D4 and you can still double your damage. That's not gonna happen. After you have your gear, you know, you can do, like, nuances of masterworking, right? I could use this item, right? And remasterwork it to hit triple critical strike damage, right? I could use this item and remasterwork it. Well, this one actually not, but I could use this item and remasterwork it to get triple cooldown. Yes, sure. I could use this item and remasterwork it to hit triple conjuration mastery. Yes, sure, I can do it. So what's gonna happen in the end is, by doing all these measures, which probably take like 20 to 30 hours of farming, just to redo these items, I will get 5 to 10% extra damage. They're rare. I have like 10 of them. My stash is full of these. I mean, I don't know how many it is actually, but I have quite a few. Here's one. Maximum resource. These are expensive as well. Wait, I have more of them. This is one. Here's another one. This is a nice one, right? This is like a 100 billion or something like that, I would assume. But I thought I had another one. Well, I guess I don't. I only have 3, I'm sorry. But, you know, this thing is, I'm hoarding all those items, and you know what's gonna happen? I'm not even gonna sell them, and at the end of this goddamn season, they're just gonna go into Eternal. Then Bliss is gonna make another stat squish, and they're just gonna be garbage. That's exactly what's gonna happen to those items. I mean, I always gamble focus, right? So I don't know if you're gambling focus, but you know, I play a lot of efficient farm, and I always gamble focus. So I got most actually of those by gambling. But it was crazy. Like when I was buying my first focus on Diablo the trade, right? I was picking one up for 5 billion. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And back then, 5 billion was a lot of gold, right? Now they are like I don't even know how expensive, right? I haven't bought aspects. Yeah, I could actually advance by buying better aspects. That's another like 10%. I don't have a link to this build yet. I have to make it. I wanted to finalize it. I really was hoping it would be good with Arklash, but unfortunately Arklash is garbage. Which I really don't understand how Arklash is so freaking bad. But the problem with Sorc is like basically all Sorc skills do no damage. So what does damage is Frostburns. Lightning Sphere is doing damage. But the skills itself, they just don't do anything. And that's so horrible. It feels so bad playing Sorc. It's good for speed farming though. But yeah, I will make a guide for this build. Again, I have it ready now. I really tried a lot. But so Arklash was a pretty good build in the beginning, right? So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to all the Sorc skills basically, right? Arklash used to hit for like pretty significant numbers. And now it has like, you know, a 400% X with the gloves and the shard of Verathiel, but it doesn't hit for anything anymore. It's like so weird. Even though I had like 24 ranks in Arklash or something like that, and it would just hit for literally nothing. So that's the issue with Sorc. Like the skills basically hit for nothing. And they're probably gonna nerf Frostburns as well. Yeah, it's probably gonna be the squish, but I feel like in general, the weapon damage squish is probably the issue which hit the Sorc builds there, yeah. I would assume that's gotta be it. But I feel like Sorc, like skills, like the core and the basic skills, they need like a 400% damage buff or something like that. Like it can be if I would play Chain Lightning, right? Just pure Chain Lightning with Frostburns. Chain Lightning would be doing 10% of the damage and Frostburns would be doing 90. And that shouldn't be like that, right? That is completely the wrong direction. I want my skills to be powerful. I want my skills to actually hit shit. But yeah. I don't know what they did to this game, but like with every iteration they improve random stuff, but also a lot of stuff just keeps getting worse. Yeah, but there's not going to be a mid-season buff for anything. I think Blizzard already dropped the ball on this season anyway. I don't think they care. I think the season is already over for them. I think they have no resources anymore in this season. They probably have to do some random shit, like do some skins or whatever. But so the game is just gonna transition into like a short seasonal thing, I think. Since they refuse to do seasonal mechanics. I mean, they had a year to freaking do a seasonal mechanic for Vessel of Hatred, right? Like, look at the seasonal theme for Vessel of Hatred. This is like the biggest joke ever. Like the stupid Realm Walker. What is that shit? Like, how can it be that, like, farming Nightmare Dungeons, which is, like, literally no difficulty level, is the most fun thing I can do right now in this game? Well, this is like also a very horrible dungeon. Burst on Wound. I have to remember this as being like extremely shitty. But the good thing about the Nightmare Dungeon is with the Opticide farming, right? So the Nightmare Dungeons, as long as they have a decent elite density, they're not bad. So you don't have to finish them as fast as possible. As long as you can kill elites, you gotta be efficient. Level 46 glyphs enough? Yeah, absolutely. Like this build just has overkill damage. So you don't really need high level glyphs for this. And I think farming Nightmare Dungeons right now is roughly like 3.5 to 4 billion gold per hour. Wow. Really? Horrible. Why do you dislike? I feel like it's one of the best uniques they ever made. Like, how do you dislike it? It actually gives you like a passive lightning AoE whatever thing. And also looks cool. I really like that item. And it gives you this massive resource boost in a pan slot. I mean, I don't know. I love that item. I basically use it with every freaking build. Like, what's bad about it? It has damage reduction, it has more resource. Whenever you play a lightning build, you get passively, you get extra damage, extra lucky hit and shit like that from chain lightning. I feel like it's such a great item. Not exactly if you're low level. This is actually the perfect item to fix your resource problems. But yeah, on high level I would agree. On high level you don't really need it for the resource reason. On low level it's awesome. If you get this item early, you can basically play every build and have infinite resource instantly. But yeah. That's actually true. But you know that chain lightnings actually do a good amount of damage, right? Yeah, the DR is, if you have greater FX DR, you can get 50%, which is freaking strong. But yeah, as soon as you have like, you know, a couple of Paragon points, damage reduction doesn't matter, right? Right now, the defensive layer in this game doesn't matter anymore, right? You're not gonna die regardless, whatever you do. You have like way too much hit points and damage reduction from Paragon. Which is much better than before, right? Before you would get one shot by all random shit, and it was a horrible experience. Now I actually like it because, you know, I can just fucking play along without caring about dying, and I don't really need to, you know, do any like defenses on gear whatsoever, because the damage reduction from Paragon and the hit points is just gonna be enough to sustain. So I kind of like it more than before. I don't think it's the optimal solution, but what is this chest? It just dropped a single item. I still like it much more than before. So chain lightning attack twice is a decent affix if you don't want to play a pure chain lightning build. But for pure chain lightning, it's actually horrible that they changed it from cast twice. Because I know cast twice used to burn like crazy amounts of mana. But it would also give you the challenge to try to get, you know, a higher amount of chain lightnings active at a time, right? And they kind of removed that by just changing the chain lightning effects. And now, you know, as you can see, you're not gonna get drained to 0 basically as long as there's mobs. Like, no matter how many chain lightnings you get out, you cannot get out so many chain lightnings that it will drain you to 0. Because the lucky hit resource restore is just way too strong. But the problem is chain lightning doesn't do any freaking damage. So it literally doesn't matter in the end. Right? The chain lightning is just to apply lucky hit from frost burns. And that's it. It doesn't do anything by itself. And that's what I hate. I would love this Chain Lightning to be a freaking single target destruction thing. But it is just not. It just looks good, but it literally does no damage. And that's the sad story there. Yeah, but I feel like the Lightning Rod aspect is just not good. Because the Lightning Rod aspect is, by itself, it's not well designed. Because, you know, it doesn't buff the explosion damage of Chain Lightning. And it doesn't buff your secondary skills like, you know, in this case, Frostburn or Splintering Energy, like Lightning Spear. It doesn't really buff any of your secondary skills. And the buff to Chain Lightning itself is just not strong enough. It should be twice as strong. Maybe even like 3 times as strong. Just imagine like the Chain Lightning aspect would give it like 3 times the damage. Then it would actually be something worth considering. Then you could be like, huh, do I want to play Lightning Spear as support? Or do I stick with, you know, with Chain Lightning with 3 times the damage, right? But right now it's not even a consideration. Because you have other aspects which just give you even a bigger damage buff. The whole system in itself is just horribly designed. It feels like the people who designed these skills, they just have no clue what they're freaking doing. Yeah, and I mean, I'm doing basically the same. The only difference is, if you're speed farming, the Chain Lightning damage actually matters. I mean, it doesn't matter like a whole lot, but for that very, very sad reason that they destroyed freaking Lightning Spear to just do damage once every 0.25 seconds, right? You cannot use it, if you want to be very fast, you cannot use it as your only source of damage. Oh, I don't think so. Could probably do it, right? I mean, honestly, it is such a minimalist thing to do this. I mean, I even have a skill point here, but I don't even know where I took this skill point from. I have them in extra mana, actually. So, I mean, I guess you could do this. If you would be perfectly min-maxing, right, you could go for, like, all cold damage on this. I think... I mean, it's gonna be like a very, very minimal buff, I guess. But I guess technically it would at least do something if you need the skill points, or if you don't need it anywhere else. But I feel like it's vastly irrelevant. Conduit Shrine. I mean, it would also boost the Ice Blade's damage, right? So... But I guess by putting these points, like if you calculate it out in the end, right, it's half of your damage coming from the lucky hits. And if you say you boost half of the damage by the lucky hits by, what is it, 12%, then you would end up like 6% more lucky hit damage. So you would probably be like somewhere around, you know, maybe a 2 or 3% damage increase, somewhere around that. Yeah, but you only increase half of the lucky hit damage by 12%, not because the fire damage is not going to be affected. So in reality, if you would even know how much percent of the damage is going to be the lucky hit, but you know, that's just going to assume it's going to be like... So if you play Lightning Spear, I would assume like let's say you're pit pushing, right? So this would have relevancy when you're pit pushing. You would, I think Lightning Spear and Frostburns probably do like roughly 50-50 of the damage. Because a Lightning Spear is basically gonna be required to get through the pit to the whole dungeon phase. And then at the boss, Lightning Spear does significantly less damage. So if you would just assume it's 50-50, then you would be at a 3% total damage increase by picking those points. Actually, not even a 3% because you already have 3 in it, so you would probably be like at a 2% damage or so. So it's definitely something to min-max. Is that thing there? But for your utility-based build, it's probably better to just get other stuff. But for high pushing, it's probably the better variant. Also, it's even questionable if that's gonna work, right? So Blizzard with their tooltips, you can't even know if that's actually gonna boost that cold damage or not, because it's basically so you do it on an assumption, but nobody knows if that's actually gonna work or not, right? So it could be working, it could not be working. You know, in the end, you just don't gonna freaking know. Yeah, you can test it with Ice Blades, but how you want to test the Frostburn proc of your... I mean, you can do it, but it's gonna be like the most annoying story to basically test if it works on this Lucky at Cold damage proc. I mean, the skill itself works. I already tested this skill against Blizzard, for example. Oh, I don't even know what but I tested so that in general it works. But so many tooltips of Blizzard are wrong. So just because it says cold damage, you know, it might as well also mean cold skills, right? Or frost skills or whatever. Like it's all very, very random. So you would basically just play it on an assumption that it works. And you know, I guess it's we play most of the stuff based on an assumption that it actually works, but it does just not always work. How do you cap armor with gloves, pants, boots, uniques? I don't even cap armor. I have even almost capped armor at this point. I'm just playing Shako here, and Shako just caps my armor. That's pretty much end of the story. But in most sword builds where you don't play Shako to cap your armor, usually I just use incense to cap my armor. Because right now in most of my builds I'm just playing only unique armor pieces. So I cannot really put armor on my armor pieces. It's kind of like the meta that the armor pieces uniques are just way better than anything else. But I highly recommend, like, incense is a great way of fixing your armor actually, if you need it. Yeah, or yeah, you could also use the mercenary. That's true though. If you're speed farming, you probably don't want to do it because you want to know where the mobs are. But that's another option. You just use the merc. But I feel like most of the time you want to use like the attack speed merc with a sword, because it's not so easy to get attack speed actually. Most people just say, you know what, Enlightenment gives 20% attack speed because it's 100% uptime. But that's actually not true. Like, Enlightenment uptime is like roughly 80 to 85%. If you have a build which can really spam high Enlightenment. In a lot of builds it's even lower, the uptime. You can also always... so what you can also do is, what I also used to do in the past is, wait, where's this? You can just use a % armor roll on your amulet as well. So you can just temper armor on your amulet. It's also a valid way to do it. You're actually not gonna lose like a huge amount of stats if you just put like a defensive roll on your amulet. Because if you're not like very high level yet in the state where you're like min-maxing like crazy, just using that 25% armor temper on your amulet is also just gonna fix it for you. So there's really lots of way to actually fix your armor. Also, you don't need 1000 armor, right? I know everybody is going to tell you you need 1000 armor. That's bullshit, honestly. Like, most of the time I have been just running around with roughly 900 armor. And the extra 10% damage you take from physical doesn't matter at all. So if you have 500 armor, yeah, you're going to freaking die. But, you know, as long as you have, like, 900 or more armor, it's usually not really going to matter at all. Who's this? So Rakanos is like really, really good unless you wanna... Like, with this speed farming kind of content, like Flickerstep is just better because it's just way, way faster. But Rakanos General is very great because it also fixes your resistances. And it does good amounts of damage. But it's not... So, don't get me wrong, right? Rakanos is not so much better if you don't need the cooldown reduction on it. It's not so much better than a legendary pair of boots with, like, one of those partial offensive aspects. And greater FX intelligence. Yeah, Shroud alone gives like so much armor actually. Alright, I'm gonna do one more for the day. I'm actually successful. I finished my build. I'm happy with that. So yeah, I'm gonna make like a build guide for this. And I'm not gonna make an Arklash build guide because, you know, Arklash is just not playable at all. I think 5 strengths is 1 armor, right? Is it? So 600 strengths is 123 armor. So 400 strengths is actually like, what is it, 80? 80 armor is actually not so low, right? So it definitely contributes. Because, you know, you really just have to like reach like 900. You can also easily get away with like 850. So if you really want to min-max and you cannot get like the last couple of armor points, really, I wouldn't sweat that. You're most likely not gonna die out of physical damage anyway. So all the stuff which really kills you is mostly elemental damage. Physical damage, yeah, if you really like let down on armor, like if you have 500, 600 armor, you're just gonna get one shot by random shit, right? But the most dangerous stuff is actually elemental damages. Yeah, 6. That's probably a little low. But you know, if you just eat the 250 armor incense on top of that, you're already gonna be fine, right? I wish you could just, you know, put auto salvage on non-ancestral legendaries. That would be so cool. I mean, it wouldn't even matter. Like, why would you even auto salvage it? Because what do you want to do with the freaking materials, but it would give you like more of the white mats actually. Wait, so I was gonna look up something and I totally forgot what it was. What was I gonna look up? God damn it. I wanted to check something and it was pretty important. And now I actually just forgot about it. Wait. Huh. Forgot about it. Too bad. Huh. Can't remember it. Too bad. It had something to do with armor. Oh yeah, this is all garbage. I don't even know why I keep these. I listed all these like for like 500 million like a couple of weeks ago because it's all like GA Raymonds and they used to sell for like 500 million. But now 500 million is like literally worthless. Like these Asus, like, you know, these are actually pretty good ones, right? But they are like literally useless. Like nobody will ever use these boots again. So, you know, I might as well just salvage this entire tab and just call it a day because nobody was ever gonna buy any of these shitty things here. Also, like these T-balls here, like 20% with 1 greater FX. Like, nobody even cares about these anymore. I have some decent, like, Axials, but, you know, I'm just too lazy. Like, these used to be worth a lot, but... Oh, no.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
What? Aspect upgrade?
What's left, you ask?
I don't think there's any reason for playing... I mean, you can play T-balls, but it doesn't matter, right? You don't need the 20% extra damage. But, I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter, right? You know, if you're speed farming... Again, I like this armor because I like to play Chain Lightning. And if you don't want to play Chain Lightning, you know, you can play whatever pants, right? You can play T-balls. You can play, like, a regular freaking armor and put whatever you want on it. It really doesn't matter in the end, right? So... I just feel like regular pants for speed farming, you can put like an extra aspect on it, like the lucky hit aspect, for example. But, you know, I think in the end, it doesn't really matter. I think 20% damage is nice. All stats is always good if you don't have, for example, if you don't have Shroud of False Death, right? T-Bots is nice also because it has all stats and it can help you to reach like your breakpoints on Paragon for like the stats. But it gives you a little armor boost, right? If you check, like for example, this is a GA FX, right, without masterworking, or it has a little bit of masterworking, right? So now I have 915, and if I change this, I will go to 936, right? So it's actually 25 armor, and it's not fully masterworked. So I don't think it's a bad item overall. And yeah, it gives maximum resource if you need that for whatever reason, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so what is these things? Oh. I don't even know how much crit I have here. So I'm not even max on crit even remotely. I have like 65% crit in this build. But again, it doesn't really matter all that much. Would be better to have crit on the focus other than the lucky hit shit, but I feel like it's alright. This ring is not perfectly masterworked for this, but you know, it has a nice attack speed. For Splintering, it's actually not that bad, right? Because this is not so you would add 25% from the from this one here, right? So that's 65%, and then Lightning Spear has another 5%, so you go to 70%. So it's actually not that terrible. You could add another, you know, you could add probably more crit from your focus. But that is also not like making a huge difference in the end. Sure, it's 30% less damage, but you know, I was missing way more. I just like Splintering is just not so great for this in general. But you know, if you play so the alternative is basically you don't play Frostburn, right, and you play crit on your gloves, and it's still in any way it's going to be significantly weaker. I feel it just like pure Splintering builds. The problem is just the 0.25 seconds. It's just gonna on the boss, it's not gonna matter, but in the dungeon, dealing damage once every 0.25 seconds, it's just weak. It's just, you know, if it hits like a mob somewhere on the like outer perimeter of the map, it's just literally gonna do nothing. So that's the huge issue. If they wouldn't have done this stupid 0.25 seconds bullshit on Splintering, the Lightning Spear builds would still be absolutely fine. Exactly, but nobody cares if the damage collects if it hits like something outside, right? So that is the point. You have 10 mobs, and in the middle you have a group of 5. Right? So your Lightning Spear is way more likely to hit something outside and waste all the damage than to hit something inside. And it's just like a horrible thing. It just destroys the entire ability. And it's just for them to save server resources. And that completely removes like if you play Infernal Hordes with Splintering only, like it takes so long to clear all the mobs. The same with speed farming. It's just completely gutted in, you know, speed farming scenarios. In high tier pit pushing, it doesn't matter because you know you pixel the mobs anyway, and it's not going to be a huge deal. But if you really want to like clear a screen, it's just bullshit. Yeah, correct. So it can only do damage once every 0.2 seconds. So let's say you have 10 mobs spread around your entire screen. It's going to take 2 seconds to clear all those mobs. Simple as that. Before they would die instantly. It's the most horrible nerf if you want to go any fast. Yeah, it lets you see bigger numbers. That's obviously true. But no, I feel like that nerf is just like so annoying. Yeah, it happens sometimes because there's like instances where also with if you have the fortified mobs, it kind of stacks. I don't really understand how it works, but if you have like a fortified pack with like those purple mobs, sometimes it like stacks higher than I don't understand. Like if they basically would receive 0 damage from the skill and then it would still stack up. I don't really understand how it works, but I don't really like that change at all. Like I feel like it's horrible. They should just revert it back to how it was before. Like this 2 point, or they should just reduce it from 0.2 seconds to 0.05 seconds or something like that. Or at least give me 0.1 seconds. Just give me half of it. Right? I don't know. I always had the feeling if you like fight one of these packs for like an extended period of time, then you know there will be one hit which does an absurd amount of damage all of a sudden. But you know that might be wrong. It's like just weird. But I feel like this 0.2 seconds is bullshit. They should just change it to be less than that. It's really doesn't feel good. It doesn't even show on the skill, right? It's just like a patch note thing. Yeah, and that's the thing, and it made the skill just significantly weaker. But anyway, so I'm done for the day. So thanks for watching. I'm gonna post a guide for this build probably like tomorrow or day after tomorrow. We will see. But you know, I like the build the way it is right now. So we're gonna put it out there. So thanks.